مضروبة רואה בשעה אחת צועקת שחורה my baby, someone stole my baby.
הוא רשם שלום, thanks.
כן? הוא רשמתי, הוא רואה את האישה הלבנה, עם התינוק השחור, האישה הלבנה אומר, it's my baby, you can ask my husband. Where is it your husband? He died. שואלים אותה מתי הוא אומר 10 years ago, והתינוק כאילו בלחק כמה חודשים.
אז מה, היא גנבה אותו? מה?
כן. איזה קטעים. באה המשטרה, לקחה אותה.
יש זוג לבנים בפארק עם ילד שחור, אז באו זוג שחורים, לוקחים את הילד, אומרים, Oh, we see he lost, we're gonna take care of it from here. אז הזוג הלבנים צועקים, מה אתה מפגר? זה הבן שלנו, זה our adopted kid.
I think we lost.
We see the kid is lost, we're gonna take it to the police station.
Gonna take it to the station.
ששואלים אותם כמה הוא עלה, מאיפה קנו אותם, יש לך קבלה, כל מיני שאלות כאלה.
ראיתי איך קוראים לו, כושי אחד צעק על חברה שלו, אתה יודע, ב-14 שמה בראשונה, צעק עליה, בחור צעק, צעקות חזקות. באה איזה סינית קוריאנית, מתערבת, אז צעק עליה, what the fuck you put your nose in it? מה קרה, צעקת וזה, והיא מדברת עם החברה שלו וזה. איזה קטעים. הוא אומר לו, למה אתה צועק? הוא אומר, ככה אני צועק וזה. ויום אחד, ליד הטיימסטר, גם ראיתי שני כושים, בחורה כושים רבים צועקים וזה, הכוכב צועק על הבחורה וזה. גם איזה לבנה, איזה התערבה, אז שתיים צעקו עליה. על הבחורה הלבנה, ואת מתערבת, דברים כאלה. אסור להתערב.
אתה תלוי, מה אני אגיד לך? הכל תלוי, לפעמים צריך להתערב. אבל כמו שאומרים, life is better when you don't care too much.
אתה רואה איזה כושי משוגע, צועק רב, אתה יודע, כבר מתערב. זה הכי קל שאפשר לעשות, רק להזמין משטרה, לא? אני פעם ראיתי כושים כאלה ב-14 שם, ליד היוניוס.
תגיד השחורים, אני בלייק, תגיד השחורים.
שחורים?
הצילים.
צילים, בפדנוס, הם מטרידים נשים שעוברים ברחוב, אז הייתי בסוג שוטרים, הראיתי להם את זה מעבר למדרכה, מה שהם עושים, השחורים שם, ומסתכלים עליהם, הלכו לכיוון שלהם ברחו. אז השוטר המשיך כרגיל, לא רודף אחרי שוטרים.
כן, מה שאתה רוצה לשחורים שהם יכולים לרוץ מהר, השוטרים לא יכולים לרוץ מהר. הם שמנים, לא בכושר, אז הם מתעצבנים, אז הם יורים.
קודם כל, צריכים לעשות שוטרים, בארץ שוטר יש כמעט שוטר שמן, אתה יודע?
הפקידים שמנים.
אין פקידים שמנים, כל הפקידים עשו את המזרחים.
מה אתה מתכוון לעשות? אזרח עובד צה"ל, אזרח עובד משטרה.
כמו אזרח עובד צה"ל, אזרח עובד משטרה, אתה יודע. אומרים שוטר צריך להיות ברחוב, בשטח. לא גייסת אותו שישמין במשרד.
אני הולך לאסוף את דניאל הזונה הזאת. אני אדבר איתך אחת.
הוא נביא לך טיפ?
לא, מה טיפ? אני מסעדה.
כמו שאמרת, תביא לו טיפ. הנה, עשה לי טקסט בזה.
מה הראשי? יאללה, תגיד לו שילמד אותך כמה קוסמויות.
אוקיי.
אחר כך תתחרה בו, כמו הדפוס. אחר כך תעמוד מולו. זה קטעים. מה? לימדתי אותך קוסמות?
הוא יעשה דפוס.
איזה פוסט. קטעים הישראלים.
שלח לי.
כל העבודה שאתה מביא להם, למחרת נהיים המתחרים שלך.
כן. ספר לי שעבוד לך 100 שנה, הוא ערבי, בחיים לא ינסו להתחרות איתך, ימשיכו לעבוד.
תתפלא לשמוע, הרבה ערבים יש להם עסקים. היה ערבי אחד עובד אצל אלדר פיטר אותו, למחרת הוא פתח קרו שם לידו, עד עכשיו הקרו שלו עובד ואלדר סגור.
כן?
כן.
אם הוא עשה לפניו או אחריו, זה מה שקובע.
לא, מה זה לפניו או אחריו? זה... טוב, אלדר ב-12 אבניו, הוא עשה באותו רחוב 46, או 47 ו-11 אבניו. לא ככה.
באיזה רחוב?
47 ו-12 אבניו, הוא 47 ו-11 אבניו.
שתבן אחר, כן.
בסדר, זה שניהם דפוסים. לפעמים אני רואה תור ארוך צעד, הייתי הולך להוא, עכשיו אני הולך רק להוא, אבל... אתה יודע, אין הרבה...
למה יותר סגור?
כן, סגור.
למה לא לקחת את זה מאלתר? היית אומר לו, תביא, אני אפעיל את זה שאני מחכה כל החודש.
על מה? אני לא יודע על מה אתה מדבר.
על הקרבש.
לא, רוצים להרוס את המקום בכלל. דבולופר קנה את המקום, הולכים לבנות בניין שם, זה כבר לא עניין של...
זה לא... איך קוראים לו?
זה כבר לא עניין של העסק, העסק היה מאוד מרוויח, הכי מרוויח. הם לא מכרו את זה בגלל הפסדים, מכרו את זה בגלל דבולופר.
דבולופר.
לא, נדבר איתך אחר כך, צריך להתקשר לזונה הזו, לקניאל. Some people look some. I need to put a blanket because his hair is going to be shed.
She doesn't shed.
No?
No.
Okay, put it on your short, on your lap.
coat?
On your lap or
Yeah,
coat,
on
yeah.
my lap.
Head to your drop-off at 1125th Avenue.
That's it.
Yeah, because it's a problem when they shed to clean it. It's
She
like,
doesn't shed.
okay, that's
I'm
good.
allergic.
Right on Bedford
good.
Street.
Okay, honey, you need to sit. She's a little puppy. She's
Yeah.
very good.
Welcome, welcome.
She'll sit in 1 minute.
Okay, I'll put to the side just in case. You need to call you, see if it ring.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm right here.
I'm so sorry.
No problem, no problem. Just gonna put to
Too
the
many
side.
things.
Yeah.
Okay, would you mind just going right around?
Oh, go right around? Okay. Yeah, you want me to call you, see if it's ring? Let me see. I can call you, I have option. Okay, let's see.
I'll give you my number.
Oh, okay, let's see. What is
310
Mm-hmm.
948
Mm-hmm.
7227.
Mm-hmm.
7.
Sometimes it's on vibrate, so hold it back, maybe.
I see it.
So it's
Got
vibrate.
it.
It's vibrate.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so
It was
much.
a good test. These
You're
days,
great, thank you.
without the phone, is like without your brain.
Yeah. I knew I couldn't have forgotten.
Turn
it.
left on Commerce Street. Then turn left on Barrow Street. Turn left on Barrow Street.
West Side Highway to 96th Street
Or
to
whatever it's
5th
like.
Avenue. I see this dog across has a rain jacket.
Yeah.
You see that blue one? Where's your rain
Yeah.
jacket?
She has a snow jacket.
Oh, snow jacket. The whole pets fashion out there.
Yeah,
Shoes,
seriously. You have to buy clothes
shoes,
for your dog.
jacket. It's like your baby. Birthday party.
In 900 feet, turn right on West Street. Turn right on West Street. Continue straight for 15 minutes to West 96th Street.
Very good, excellent guess. I chose Eisenhower because, well, he was military, and anyway, whatever. I got it wrong. You got it right. Listen, congratulations. We're short of time here. Let's play again. Paul, thanks for listening, and appreciate it all.
All right, thank you, everybody. I hope you feel better, Bernie.
I appreciate that very much. On the Bernie and Sid Show, we're coming right back.
The power of information, 24/7. Download the all-new 77 WABC mobile app. Lead Party, sponsored by Fearless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters on 77 WABC.
Great Kelly here from Monetary Gold. The U.S. dollar. Could it be coming to an end? Every time we get to the border.
You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But the infections just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news, relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure done in the office of capo, nose, and sinus sensor. Imagine the relief of not having to deal with your chronic sinus infections. Are you tired of the sinus pressure and pain? Set an appointment today with Dr. Capo. Capo, nose, and sinus center at 516-550-0102. 516-550-0102. That's 516-550-0102. Hi, everyone. Brian Kilby here. The Tower Towers Foundation 9/11 Never Forget Mobile Exhibit is a tribute to all those who lost their lives on September 11, 2001, or from 9/11 related illnesses. This high-tech 83-foot tractor trailer transports into an 1,100 square foot exhibit that brings to educate people about 9/11. Visit it for the video and show Tower Towers on the system.
right on 5th Avenue.
But they were violent yesterday in New York City, which is cool. I like that. But expect even more, and they seem very well organized, especially Senator Schumer explaining things yesterday. I'm sure Senator Gillibrand, who doesn't really do much, will probably say the same thing. The Republicans want to kill those Democrats. Republicans want to stop interracial marriage. They're actually saying that. And having apparently constructing state lines. We need to stop that. So, they will continue with the state labor court, and there's going to be some measures to actually ensure that. And that's going to get you started with keeping an eye on what's going on in the war.
In 600 feet, you'll arrive.
Still killing innocent people because they can't take out the Ukrainian army. What cowards. Keep an eye on Trump trying to annex some certain areas of that country. And I'm excited that Americans understand the need to engage this and call the Russians out and make sure the Ukrainians have the arms to fight. Rob Bryanson, we've got a lot to discuss today. Keep it up. Keep it local. Keep it local. Keep you reminded of New York. The Talk of New York ends right now. Coming up next, the national show. We'll begin with the latest
So where is good for you?
Arrived at your
Left side, right
destination.
behind this car.
Okay, here's a little opening here.
Sorry, perfect.
Thank you choosing us. You have a
Thank
good
you
day.
so much.
I'm glad you found your toy.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna call you middle of the night.
Thank you. Thank you so
You have a good
much.
day. Take care.
Bye. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Head to your pickup on E86th Street.
Mabikasti. Rap, rap, rap. Car seat. Had mama on board.
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on East 86th Street.
This Sunday, on the Sunday shows, you may have the second string fake news guys hosting everything. So, we'll see. So, listen, Roe v. Wade, how sick are you of hearing about this?
Turn left on East 86th Street.
Now, what this is, well, we don't know what this is. This is the draft. These are not your father's Democrats. This is a whole new breed. They think that this is a different type of Democrat in today's world. They're out to take down and tear down and bring down every system we have, every institution we have. You know, they sometimes were kind of anti-police in the past, but this is a new breed of Democrats. They're trying to literally take down the whole police department. It started with defund the police and restrict the police. don't put criminals in jail. And they pretty much destroy police departments all over America. And making it so ineffective, you got a massive crime rate. And they started with the court.
In a quarter of a mile, you'll arrive.
And they're trying to do this now with the Supreme Court. Remember, it was Chuck Schumer who stood in front of the court a few months ago and literally threatened to do justice. Remember, what did he say exactly? You're about to have everything unleashed on you. You're gonna get it, Gorsuch and Kavanaugh. You're gonna get it. We're gonna unleash stuff on you. Threatening.
You'll arrive in 1,000 feet.
June 21, good morning. Children, this is closed.
Now, they have to screw up and ruin the deliberation process. So now all these justices know what to do. The justices are being told, apparently, in the court, and left-wing law to release this stuff out. Now, hopefully they'll track this guy down and expose him. And if you get a lot of this thing, it is criminal. Disaster in November, they're going to get wiped out in the election, crime, inflation, no chance at all. So that's why this was brought in.
Pick up Dave on the left.
That's why this was, this decision was a long time away, but that's why the release was time now to begin to take back Congress, to keep it in November, to make this the only issue that people will vote on. And listen, these new breed of Democrats, they orchestrate this stuff, they war game this out, so we don't know what the plot is here. I hate to say it, but the plot could be we're going to have riots all summer over this. You never know what they're up to. You never know what they've got plotted out. And then this will be the only issue going to... you can look at I'm pro-choice. Joe Butler, are you pro-choice? You want to say? Against abortion. Of course I understand it. I mean, you're basically killing a little baby.
You've arrived at your destination.
I understand people's objection, but the argument is that this is not the way to do it. You can have abortions, but it has to be voted in by each state. That I would agree, they're right. There's nothing in the Constitution anywhere that guarantees you a right to abortion. And Ruth Bader Ginsburg said it. She said Roe v. Wade is pretty flimsy. It shouldn't be anything in the Constitution, so you can have it. Now, here's what will happen. Electra holds the Johnson call the light, and instead of saying, Roe v. Wade is overturned, if it's overturned.
Is this even locked in?
Yeah, you have to hold it because this. You need to hold it when you're driving because this.
Because you didn't lock it in.
No, because there's something black that you like. See, something is.
This is unsafe. It needs to be secured in.
Public report. It's.
All right, fine.
Yeah,
I mean, this is like it's a little illegal.
Oh, I think the public out. You know what I mean?
Fine, that's fine. We gotta go. But this is like no,
I like it here.
No.
I like it on this side. I need to create like a hole. The person put the blanket to create a hole for the blanket. They just put it there.
Turn right on 2nd Avenue. on East 72nd Street.
include any sort of
In 1,000 feet, turn left on East 72nd Street. Turn left on East 72nd. In 900 feet, you'll arrive. Drop off date. You've arrived at your destination.
Which building?
Right, just right here on the right.
Right here.
Yep.
Okay, have a good day. I'm gonna fix that thing
Yeah, I was gonna say like
because I have my own baby girl. You see,
Yeah, it'd
you
be
see.
very dangerous.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go to the guy who put the blanket and ask him to do something. Thank you.
Turn right on York Avenue.
It's a rainy day. Hallelujah.
Hey, Lucas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Welcome.
Turn left on York Avenue. Then turn right on East 73rd Street. Turn right on East 73rd Street. In 700 feet, turn right to FDR Drive South. Turn right to FDR Drive South. In 500 feet, continue to FDR Drive South.
Yes. I'm in the waiting room on WebEx. Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Should I dial in or should I just hang tight? Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. We'll do that.
In 900 feet, turn left on 2nd Avenue.
We are still awaiting the final okay from the FDA, maybe this summer, for the COVID vaccine for younger kids. So, your kids will be rolling up their sleeves. 27% parents say they will definitely not get their children under 5 years old vaccinated for COVID-19, according to a new poll by the Kaiser Family Foundation. Over a third of parents, 38%, said they want 700 homeless encampments were cleared out in the city since Mayor Adams began a crackdown in March. However, only 39 homeless people.
Yeah, sorry, yes, I can hear you. Sorry, that was
Turn left on 2nd Avenue. Estimated time in traffic, 8 minutes. In a quarter of a mile, turn right on East 43rd Street.
major city run by a network or by a Democrat, most likely that's going up. We're going to forget about the border and millions of people coming over illegally, and we're going to forget about education and teachers unions taking over and giving parents like me trying to sideline us. We're going to forget about all that, Ukraine and Afghanistan, because everybody's being laser focused on abortion, and the country's way to the left as far as pro-choice, right? And then you look at the numbers, you see it, it's like, no, it's not. 71% of adults, Mark, so it's 7 in 10, think that abortion should be banned after 15 weeks. Half of Democrats feel that way, and basically every Republican feels that way. So if that's what's on the ballot here, okay. And by the way, you watch the coverage of all this, and as usual, Democrats don't know how to control their emotions. So they're completely overplaying their hand. They're saying things that are completely unhinged, and they're going to end up stepping on several rakes here along the way to the midterm. So they're probably going to have an even bigger wipeout as a result of this story. They think they got a big winner here, a big issue that they can finally latch onto. I don't see it that way, Mr. Smith.
Well, what about the idea of leaking and all of that? You even use the word insurrection. It's almost like it's really destroying the whole deliberate system in the court, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, Washington leaks, right? It's as common as the football team being mediocre and lawmakers spending money that they don't have, which is what I do in my column, right? But out of the Supreme Court, we almost never saw this. I mean, that is a tight place where if you're a clerk there, you signed up to never, ever try to manipulate the process, and that's exactly what happened here. And I'm seeing guys like Joe Scarborough and some folks on CNN saying, oh, well, this is probably a conservative court that leaked this. Why would they do that? What benefit is there? Already this year, right, with Justice Breyer, right? I mean, before he retired, something that got out before he wanted it to, so that was probably a liberal clerk. And remember Massgate, where you had San Alito and Sotomayor? Sotomayor got out that she was uncomfortable because she wouldn't wear a mask while they were deliberating on the court. And then both came out and made statements like, yeah, we never said that. So there is a leaker in that place, and that person's going to get caught eventually, I would imagine, because the FBI is down there. The FBI is investigating.
Okay, well, wait a minute. They'll identify the guy, this is the law clerk, and they could take away his law license, and he could be charged with a couple of things. But once they identify that guy, won't he be given a $10 million book deal and that's what's knocked out from under some contract?
You're looking at your next, 9 p.m. host on CNN or MSNBC. Because Andrew McCabe, remember him, he was number 2 at the FBI, right? And he leaks to the Wall Street Journal, leaks to the press, all this information about X, Y, Z, and he gets caught, right? And he lies under oath about it. So what happens 5 minutes after he's fired? He's called by CNN to talk about ethics and law. So yeah, that's how it works. We reward all these people, right? James Comey, who everybody hates, Republicans, Democrats, doesn't matter. You got a Showtime series, and not 1 but 2 books. John Brennan, CIA director, clearly compromised MSNBC intelligence analyst, or Clapper. He gets signed by CNN. All these people that did bad things while in government and didn't do their jobs the way they should have, all get TV contracts. Don't put anybody on TV. I mean, look it up. Look at it that way.
Well, hey, I'm reading these tweets. Governor Newsom of California screaming and yelling things, fight like hell. That's the words Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani used, and they wanted to put him in jail for saying those words.
All right, then exactly. No, you can't talk about things like stolen elections if you're a conservative, then it's a chilling threat to democracy and insurrection. Well, when Stacey Abrams does it when she loses in Georgia, or when Hillary Clinton did it in 2016, where she said the Russians hacked this election to help Donald Trump, and hack means, of course, they changed vote totals, then those people are held. And by the way, did you see the Hillary Clinton picture when she was at the Met a couple of days ago, where she looks like some sort of like 50 years later version of Evita? But then there, unfortunately, is this poor African-American guy who has a mask on, who's has to hold up the dress. So she's walking up there without a mask, never looked happier. And then this poor guy's got to carry her dress for her while wearing a mask and getting paid minimum wage. I mean, I can't even make this stuff up anymore, man.
Yeah, that's a good point. What about income inequality? There's a guest there paying $100,000 a ticket, and the guy makes him $50 has to wear his mask. You're right. The hypocrisy of Democrats, there's no end to it, is there?
Yeah, because COVID knows when you are smart and sophisticated and you're eccentric. You know, when you're weird, that means you don't have money. When you're eccentric, that means you have money. And they use a different term. But the point is that we saw the White House Correspondents' Hearing, right? And Joe Biden, who forever would wander around Delaware beaches with a mask on, completely alone, no one within a good 500 yards of him. But apparently, when I went to this dinner, Mark, I didn't get to the White House Correspondents'. But, and then thankfully, hopefully, you have. Okay, so which go, what's the year I went? I went 2017, I think it was 2018 ago. The nerd crowd was actually cool. The nerd crowd, right. So you've been to that ballroom. It holds 2,000 people, and they put like 12 to a table. So it's funny that the president preaches that you got to wear your mask, and you got to wear your mask. And on planes, we should still have people wearing masks, and trains, and all those public transit. But it's okay to go to a dinner with 2,000 people, drinking booze and going to parties afterwards. And now, sure enough, Jonathan Karl, ABC News, sitting next to the Kardashians, or not the Kardashians, one Kardashian anyway, and Pete Davidson. He comes down with COVID, and there are pictures now of Jonathan Karl shaking hands with the president. So we're now going to see, I would imagine, some more reports of people that got COVID from that event. But it's okay, because it's the press and it's Democrats. So just like Obama-Palooza and Martha's Vineyard last year, that's okay. But then if you protest, say, you're a Cuban American down in Miami and you're protesting XYZ, well, that's like a super spreader event. See how it works? Fun.
Yeah, and actually, today, you'll probably see a lot more cases from the correspondence dinner. Incubation. And usually people wait a day after they get sick before they really go get tested or get the results. So later today, tomorrow, I'll find out how bad it is. Now you're always on TV every hour. What are you on today?
Yeah, I was looking at the time. I'm like, do we go into another topic, or I know Mark has to break in about 25 seconds? So let's just do the promo part of the interview, shall we? Yeah, I'm with Martha McCallum, Jersey girl. My kids go to the same elementary school Martha went a few years ago, so that's always fun to see her. So I'll be on Fox News at 3 p.m. And please do tune in. Otherwise, go to the Hill, read my new column on what I call as true insurrection, the Supreme Court, and the process that used to be so critical and protest on the Supreme Court. Thank you, Mark. On Twitter at Joe Constance TV. And Joe Constance, thanks for being with us. All right, man. Talk to you soon.
Turn on Avenue of the Americas using the upcoming right 2 lanes.
I owed $31,000 change, and the offer compromise was about 10% of the total that I owed. We accepted the offer. I can't even explain the relief that I have now.
Tax audit can safeguard you from the IRS. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation. 1-800-603-FREE. That's 1-800-603-FREE. Don't wait. Call now. 1-800-603-FREE.
It should be a company that everybody knows about.
Call 800-603-FREE or go to taxaudit.com/free. Tax audit. Tax relief down to a science.
Hey, now, emergencies can happen at any time. You know, no power, no light, no news. Federal agencies recommend every family get an emergency radio. Well, right now, Newsmax, and they got a great magazine, Newsmax magazine. I read that every month. Great magazine with Dick Morris, Bill O'Reilly, Mike Reagan, Dr. Laura, and more. They want you to have a world-known emergency radio free when you sign up for Newsmax magazine. Now, this is a powerful radio that will work during any emergency. Doesn't even need batteries. And crank it. Also has a super LED flashlight. It's got radio proof
a right turn on Avenue of the Americas, then drop off Lucas.
When you sign up for a discounted Newsmax magazine subscription, which is shipped to Newsmax magazine.
I can either stop here or far right.
Yeah, I'll jump back.
Okay, what's it called?
Go to gettheradio.com and call toll-free 800 Newsmax. 800 Newsmax. It's a very, very good thing to have this free radio subscription. Quantities are limited. So do it today. Go to gettheradio.com. For the best is that Karl Lagerfeld is renowned for his aspirational and cutting-edge approach to style. His unique vision of Parisian chic comes to America through Karl Lagerfeld Paris, with women's and men's collections including ready-to-wear, accessories, shoes, and bags. The fashion house Karl Lagerfeld also offers a range of watches, eyewear, and premium fragrances. Explore the spring collection at KarlLagerfeldParis.com. KarlLagerfeldParis.com. 40 days, up to 40 pounds. Lose the contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 pounds. I'm feeling great. I got the weight off. I never worked for you. 555 NJ Diet. Visit their website, njdiet.com.
Got an invention? Getting a business off the ground? Find out where to start on Sunday nights at 11 on 710 WOR and on the iHeartRadio app. Visit DearHeartLaw.com to find out how to get your idea or business featured on the show and vote on featured ideas. Thousands for profit Sunday nights at 11.
From morning to night, 611 in New York, stereo, and place for news.
More breaking news at this hour.
Starting at 4 a.m., the 611 morning news will get you going. Time to get another 10 years from now.
That's another news you may have missed at 4, 5, and 6.
And now the 611 evening news at 6:30, going into the heart of your neighborhood. The place will each own post scene
In the box, and the 611 news at 10 will help you prepare for the day ahead.
611 News, we're New York's very own.
Become a millionaire on the Jack Pocket app. Jack Pocket is giving away free Powerball tickets and $100 a day in cash. Download the app and use the code WO. Tune in Sunday at 2 p.m. for Mortgage Radio, the #1 source for mortgage news. Hosted by mortgage experts Sean Meadows and Felicia Self. They help find the right mortgage product for your specific needs. Brought to you by Lakewood Capital Funding. Sunday, 2 p.m. on 710
Times Square. Welcome back. Sorry.
All knocked out of the park by a master. And time out of your cream. 4 stars. This show is the Crystal Mall. Billy Crystal, Mr. Saturday Night. Visit Ticketmaster.com.
Hey guys, looking for a radio show that covers topics you want to hear about, but also provides the things related to your health? This is not the typical health show. The docs at Hanging Out know exactly what guys need to know. From sexual health to hair loss. Hanging Out Men's Health Radio with Drs. Rickstone and Blacksburg, presented by Northwest Health, where they cover everything and anything, sometimes unfiltered, every Sunday at 8 a.m. Find out how they can help you. Call 844-GUIDE. And be sure to join us Sundays at 8 a.m. on 710 WOR.
Head to your drop off at Trump Tower.
Yeah, Vanessa.
Yes.
Welcome, welcome.
Nakikinig na ako.
Ang sungit nga. Nakita yung guy eh. Yung girl. Nagdumato. Yung puto. Sungat-sungat yung bubuksan niya lang naman.
Pero alam mo, sila yung mga personal na nabaliw. Kailangan nila maging matapang para maging pero yung kanila, ako kasi yung mga nasa computer. Nasa?
Oo, chill lang kasi sila doon.
Pag dito sila dito, kailangan nila maging matigas. Kasi daming balon na.
Minsan akala mo nung may nakabulong ka. Dati nung nag-feel ako nung nag-carry. Tapos akala ko, pinakausap ko sa mga akala ko balik pala ang ay. Kinakausap niya yung sarili niya? Oo, homeless pala siya. Ako naman, di ba sobrang polite? Oo, sobrang polite. Morning, gano'n. Hi. Hindi ko lang. Wala na. Sabi ng gabi. Lakas! Lakas ni Madam! Dalawa-dalawa! Hindi rin ata totoo yun eh. Parang ngayon lang parang napilitan na lang sila ng iba. Kasi diba si Kat, si Daniel Padilla, parang nakikita sa ang dahil babae. Pwede yan. Ang boy mo. Hindi ka choice. Ito na yung sa love team. Kaya si Julia Barreto, against all odds. Pero no. Parang bata niya pa eh. Parang bata tapos actually totoo. Wala pang hindi pa siya established. Hindi siya bad words. Ang dami ng properties. Pero parang hindi ko na parang isip ka na to. Lagi siyang iniiwan. Napakayaman na mag-iiyak. Oo, boring. Alam si Dominic, paano magkumakabit sa bagi ni Sugar. Sinabi na siya, check mo siya sugar mommy niya. Tapos, sugar niya, ako kumakabit sa bagi. Hindi nakahanap ko ng babae. Pero sobra eh. Bago naman siya, iba pa naman siya. Siyempre, yung pwede, di ba pag ganyan ka lahat na lang, kaya lahat na lahat na babae. Yung pwede half-half ka lang. So, ano mo na, basta siya. Basta siya. Parang ay pero may fairness naman yung talaga.
Estimated time in traffic, 18 minutes.
All of That was considered, that's right. Yes, we had to stop. But again, she's the Attorney General of New York. Absolutely nothing would change in New York. Nothing. So how's that a 5-alarm fire? I mean, if she were the Attorney General of Mississippi, that could, I think they have a ban on abortion. But, and what does she wants to do? She wants to set up a massive fund so that anybody in one of those few states where it wouldn't be allowed could come to New York and get it done? Is that what you said?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what do you mean a fund? People would contribute or the government would put up the money?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. I'm sure the government's going to put up money, but people could contribute, yes.
Yeah, no, so that'll be a great thing to have that fund because, nobody manages these funds better than these politicians. Look at that Thrive NYC. So how much do they lose? $1 billion? I'm sure this fund will be run very, very carefully. And what is she saying? That we should become like the abortion destination for the rest of the country? Some states will have a ban. So, that Chamber of Commerce, they can use that. Come to New York, where the Broadway, museum, and get an abortion while you're here. Literally, I'm not kidding. Because when they talk and they project, it's not only your germs are coming out, but droplets. You'll get hit with it. It really happens in the front row. So why are you wearing a mask? But all the performers don't have masks on. They're spraying the whole crowd. And even if a droplet doesn't reach you, 30 people on stage. All these germs are coming out of about people here. So they should be wearing the mask. It makes no sense at all. Have you seen Daniel Craig in Macbeth? Colony in Fort Lee. And it's her apartment, although I think they jointly own it. I think he's on the lease too. But that's where he was the entire time. So I think they wanted to hide her for a while. There was not to bring up any questions about where he actually lived. We can't agree, right, that he lived in New Jersey for the last couple of years. Especially
I think it's a pretty well-known fact. He doesn't want to admit it, but his tax return is
Yeah, and remember, at the counter that he brought everybody to an apartment in, he owns an apartment building in Brooklyn. He said, this is where I live. And he took them into this basement, two-room apartment. But everybody studied it real carefully. They opened the closet with like 2 suits in it. Now, I checked the pictures. This guy's got 40 suits. So where were the other 38? They're all at the cleaners? I don't think so. If you look at the picture of the TV set, it's not a working TV. It's like from 30 years ago. It's not even wired up right. Nobody lives in the apartment, especially a politician, without a working TV. Nothing like that. So he didn't. Now then they went to this building in New Jersey, in Colony, with a picture back up. The reporter showed the doorman. You know this guy? Oh, Mr. Adams, yeah, 22H. Mr. Adams, of course. He apparently was there all the time. Then, during the pandemic, he was on a million TV shows, you know, like The Morning Show on Channel 5, Channel 11, from Zoom. And they can see from the background of the Zoom, in New Jersey. So that's where he was the whole time. That's why you haven't seen much of this woman. And Elon Musk said there might be, he might charge some people to use Twitter. He said it'll be free for just about everybody. But government accounts, certain business accounts, maybe he'll pay a little fee, he says, which makes sense if you're using Twitter to advertise. I'm sure he's looked at Twitter, which is very primitive. The technology is primitive. It's just, you know, basically you can post a paragraph, that's about it. There's not much you can do on there. I'm sure he's figured out how to redesign the whole thing into a much better site. And they don't make much money. You know, Facebook and all these, it's like a $1 trillion company. Twitter's like a $40 billion company. I'm sure he's figured out how to expand and really bring in some revenue. So there's going to be some changes when he takes over. Donald Trump says he will not go on Twitter. He's got his own app, Truth Social, his own version of Twitter. I finally went on Truth Social. Twitter, I think I have 175,000 followers. Truth Social, I think I have 200. But that's after 2 days. Truth Social is very good. It looks like Twitter. The great thing about it is Donald Trump, and you will not be censored. Nobody's going to throw you off. You won't get shadow banned, so that's the good news with it. Now, why won't he go to Twitter? Because he wants his own app. I think what he's really up to, he'd like Musk to buy it at some point. Once it gets built up, well, it's not a bad idea. You know, say to Musk, you want me back on Twitter? And Donald Trump would be the biggest attraction on Twitter. He would drive so much attention and traffic to Twitter. He'd say, I spent all this money on this app. You buy it, merge it into Twitter, okay. You know, pay $1 billion. I think that's what Trump's really up to. So at some point, it'll get merged in there. And in this study, you know, a lot of stores, they do most of their business online. You know, even fashion companies like Polo, Ralph Lauren, most of their business is online shopping now. But the one thing this study showed, you got to still have the store. Because people won't buy as easily online if you don't have the store. In other words, they'll buy it online, but if it doesn't fit, they don't want to pack it up and mail it back. They'd like to be able to go to the Polo store and return it there. Or if it's Saks or Bloomingdale's or whatever. They'll buy online, but if it doesn't fit, they want to just walk into the store and hand it. They don't want to have to send it back and all that. So the study says, the conclusion is, clicks need bricks. In other words, you still need a brick and mortar. Hey, you ever see these furniture stores like, there's one called Wayfair? You know what I'm talking about? There's one called Jocelyn, Maine. You see them online. Those are incredible furniture. Beautiful. At the lowest prices. But you can't go try it anymore. I mean, could you really buy a chair or a couch without sitting in it first? No. Yeah, it's really tough. Really. I mean, it looks beautiful. But you never know. You sit in it, the back's too straight and uncomfortable. So that's the only problem those stores are having. Hey, check out the webpage. A lot of good stuff up there. Kathy Hochul, I think, is the worst personnel director in history. First lieutenant governor she hires. Turns out the guy gets indicted for $1 million crimes. There were warning signs, red flags she ignored, and she hired the guy anyway. He's gone. Now actually hired a new lieutenant governor. Take a look at the videos this guy used to post online. His rapping, his singing, he looks like a complete nut shop in these videos. So I found him. How come she didn't find him? But take a look at this new goofy lieutenant governor. Hey, also, Joe Biden and ice cream. What is this strange obsession? They might say, well, he just likes ice cream. Watch this montage and tell me he doesn't have some bizarre relationship with ice cream. Take a look at it. It's all up on the webpage. Go to 710WOR.com/Mark. 710WOR.com/Mark.
Never miss the biggest WOR show highlights of the day. Plus, stay up on all the latest news. Sign up now for the daily WOR newsletter at 710WOR.com/newsletter. 710WOR.com/newsletter.
Hey, you want to do something really smart? This is a great home improvement. Get a water, state-of-the-art water.
Mas ano pa ako
Excellent work. 30 years, hydrated, family-owned, home, extra water. What's the water? What do you need? Whatever size house or apartment you have. Then you turn on the faucet, you get that clean, safe, most delicious water. Everything that tastes better. So much healthier for you. And it'll pay for itself. In fact, you'll now save money every year because you won't be wasting thousands of dollars. It's a very smart thing to do. And a lot of it. And what you do is give them a call.
Yeah, sure. Pull inside here. You just walk that way, you see it in the corner. You know where is it? Oh, sure. Welcome. Just
doesn't make you lonely. Being surrounded by the wrong people does. Number 2, you cannot heal in the same environment that hurt you. Number 3, never ignore the red flags just to see the good in people. Number 4, their behaviour and the way they act is sometimes the answer. Number 5, the grass isn't greener somewhere else. The grass is green where you water it. And number 6, if you're a giver, know your limits, because takers don't. They just keep on taking. 6 things I wish I knew earlier. Number 1, being alone doesn't make you lonely. Being surrounded by the wrong people does. Number 2, you cannot heal in the same environment that hurt you. Number 3, never ignore the red flags just to see the good in people. Number 4, their behaviour and the way they act is sometimes the answer. Number 5, the grass isn't greener somewhere else. The grass is green where you water it. And number 6, if you're a giver, know your limits, because takers don't. They just keep on taking. 6 things I wish I knew earlier. Number 1, being alone doesn't make you lonely. Being surrounded by the wrong people does. Number 2, you cannot heal in the same environment that hurt you. Number 3, never ignore the red flags.
Now, what if I told you you could make this sandwich in under 30 minutes? Now, let me show you how it's done. You're gonna cut up some chicken into strips, add some olive oil, some salt, some black pepper, smoked paprika, cumin, cayenne pepper, ginger powder, oregano, yogurt, and some garlic. Now for the yogurt sauce, it's gonna be yogurt, garlic, some cucumbers, olive oil, white wine vinegar, lemon juice. I added dried mint and basil, and some salt and pepper. Now for the dressing, it's super simple. It's only olive oil, lemon juice, salt, pepper, cilantro, oregano, and chili flakes. Now be careful, because this sandwich is addicting. I serve it with onions and tomatoes. Now enjoy. Now what if I told you you could make this sandwich in under 30 minutes?
You know what? I'm not going to deal with this. I'm not going to deal with this stuff. This
I don't have a good point to make, so I'm going to get angry and get out of here.
Because, like, they're poor. We can't kill people because they have bad education. Like, Jesus. Hello.
Most that know me know what my stance on this issue is.
I don't know you, so what is your stance?
Actually, I thought you followed my show. And here I am.
Oh, wait, yeah, never mind. It just didn't click.
Okay.
But for those who don't know, what is your stance?
I am neither or, pro-life nor pro-choice. I am actually pro-contraception. Here's why I say this.
Yeah, you're pro-choice.
History.
That's
No. I'm not pro-choice.
Yeah, there is
well, you're either pro-life or you're pro-choice.
Yeah, there's
Well, hear me out. Yeah, well, actually there is. Hear me out. Naturally, now I want to say that because I am a man, I should have a choice. I should. In telling you what you should and shouldn't do when it comes to the reproductive rights, when you're trying to, say, build a family, right? I'm a traditionalist. I have 8 children. I'm very much
specifically talking, or you're very much pro-life?
Yes, I have 8 children.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, having children doesn't mean that you're pro-life, bro. Do you believe that abortion is legal or anything? Very easy question.
That's not an easy question.
Okay, you're pro-choice.
And no, why do you make assumptions like that, bro?
Right, because if you're not
Why do you make assumptions, bro? Stop making assumptions, bro.
If you're not for abortion not being an option, then you're pro-choice.
Yeah, I don't think abortion is an option. I think abortion is actually a non-issue. The reason being is because there are so many ways ways that you can do to, you know, avoid having children.
Yes.
There are many ways to do that. There's the rhythm method that the Catholics use. There's contraception, which is accepted by most major theologians. There's, you know, other ways to avoid unwanted pregnancies. You don't need a fucking abortion, okay?
Okay, so that would be pro-life. You would be pro-life.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to psych you out because I'm trying to get
the one that's saying the one that's saying bro down there.
Don't say bro.
What I mean, bro, by I'm pro-contraception is that the abortion thing, with the advancements that we have had, you know, in medical technologies throughout the years, we don't need it any longer.
Okay, that's fine.
You want to be a liberated female, that's fine. Go and get you some meth and birth control.
Why do you talk so slow?
You know, if you want to be...
Bro, you literally speak like 20 words a fucking minute, right? And we're trying to keep this moving, bro. So, okay, did you just say that you...
Oh, you really want me to speak fast there, bro? Okay, bro, I'll speak really fast. In Egypt, bro, ancient Egypt, you know, contraceptives were already used by people, bro. And what happened there was...
Listen, I'm going to kick you. Listen, I'm going to get a pro-choicer in here. Thank you for coming on.
You keep those pro-choice, though. Hey.
I don't know. Okay, so I don't know who's pro-choice, so I'm just going to, like, pick a random person.
People
Hello. Hi. Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm fully pro-choice.
Okay. Why?
I just think everyone has their own situations, and you're not really gonna know, like, anyone's standpoint, so I just think women should have their choice no matter what.
So why do women have, like, the choice to kill? Like, what situation to you makes it justified to kill?
I wouldn't really say it's killing.
Well, if it's alive and then you're making it not alive, that would be killing.
I'm pretty sure you've killed a bug before, so I don't know why you're comparing that.
Yeah, there's a difference between a bug and human life. There's a very big difference there. But if it's alive and you're making it not alive, that is killing it.
I mean,
so what situation?
I never said bugs were human. We're talking about people life.
No, we're talking about human life, specifically human life that happens that is being killed in abortion.
Lives matter.
Yeah.
Wait, say that again.
Yes, only human life.
Okay, okay, how do you guys feel about contraceptives and stuff?
Great. If you can prevent pregnancy, awesome. You just don't have the right to kill people.
We don't believe that life is at that point there, which makes it okay to use, right?
Can you say that one more time?
Okay, the sperm and the egg have not joined. They have not attached to the uterine wall, which starts the development at that point. So anything that happens before then to stop the pregnancy is okay.
Robert, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that. As long as it's stopping the egg and the sperm from fertilizing, like coming together and it's money and they're getting their rent paid regardless. Like, we just send them a check. We send them a check.
I'm a landlord, and if I had an organization...
How would that not work? What is the difference between me writing them a check and giving it to them and the tenant writing them a check and giving it to them?
Okay, so the difference is that they don't, at this point, they don't really care that they're getting the money. They want to know that that person is kind of stable and they will always have that sort of income. Kind of like with Section 8 housing, they're not always going to take someone with Section 8 in.
Okay, and if we're the organization that is telling you we are paying her rent for a minimum of 2 years, that's pretty
Okay, and
stable.
I'm telling you, they don't take that all the time. They're
I've
allowed.
never run into a landlord who doesn't take that. Not once.
It's actually like that.
Well, I mean, I have yet to come across a landlord that will not work with us.
I
The
own a
minimum
rental.
of 2 years.
I own a rental. I rent out my house, okay? And I guarantee you, if an organization came to me and said, we guarantee time payments and we're going to do this for 2 years and we're going to give you what you're asking, I'm going to take that deal.
Like, I've yet to run into a landlord who will not take that. Not once.
You know, I'm going to take that deal.
Head to your
In
pickup
the
on
lease
A54th
agreement,
Street.
It states that the house has to be in presentable shape, right? And all this other stuff. So if the tenant, being you, cannot keep up the house, then we're going to have issues. But I'm going to take that deal and give you a shot to freaking have a place to stay. That's why we have agreements.
These people in the comments, I said a minimum of 2 years. Not 2 years you're cut off. That is the minimum that we help you.
Just ahead, pick up Inspire on the right.
Anyways, being poor doesn't justify killing humans. Fetus. It's a human. It is a human. Fetus. What does it matter if I'm a human or fetus? It is a human fetus. Whatever you want to call it, it's human.
You literally just said that, like, animals don't even matter.
Animals don't have human rights. It's a human rights issue. Animals don't have human rights.
We value the life of the animals, but we do not grant them human rights. Because guess what? We grant humans human rights.
Of a child's life, or are you just wanting women to just birth children, just to birth children? For them
Women not to kill children. I don't think if a child's going to suffer while they're growing up, that they're better off dead. No, I don't think that.
You suffered, according to your stories. Do you believe you're better off dead right now?
I mean, it probably would have helped my mom's situation. I mean, growing up with a single mom, I would not have.
You are better off dead.
I also do see a lot of people in the comments saying, like, oh, but there's child support.
Pick up Inspire on the right.
Ignore the comments. Like, I don't care about the comments. You think kids who suffer are better off dead? Oh, yes or no? Do you think kids who suffer? No. Answer the question. Do you think kids who suffer are better off dead?
Listen, I can listen to your life, but you do not just speak over me. You are an adult.
Well, if you're not going to answer the question, I'm going to kick you.
You do not need to speak over me.
Okay, then don't answer the question and you'll leave. I'm actually going to switch you out, Rapid, for Dante and Jane. They want to battle each other, so.
All right, sounds good.
Good night.
All right, peace.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
Hold on, Gracie. Hold on.
Hi, Jane.
Sir, are you taking me to 1802 Yeah. second? Okay. I was waiting for you. The building is around the
I
corner.
know a red light. I just gonna wait.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Betsy.
and all that as well, but I have to agree with her. Not all
Okay, so it's Tuesday, May 17th. That's the correct date, but just the wrong day of the week. Is that correct?
Landlords look at it as a liability, so they do decline those kind of vouchers for housing and stuff. And when it comes to identification cards,
I text Dr. Dennis Curran, and he's bringing the staple remover kit to see her
like in
tomorrow.
Florida, it's ridiculously overpriced. I think it's over $100 to get all three. And to qualify for Section 8, you have to have all three to prove those documentations.
I'm listening.
And I mean, most people have that documentation, but if you don't, we help you get it. Like if you will help you get it.
Who is we?
Let them live.
Who is we?
Let them live. The organization I work for. It's a non-profit organization that helps pregnant mothers. We're part of the 73 because they have abortions due to financial reasons.
Are they
So
in
we
Florida? 'Cause I've
finance
never heard of
them.
them.
We are all over the United States. Like it's mainly an online organization, so anybody in any state can reach out to us.
So I think we have something like that here, but it's called the Tobit House. It's a homeless shelter. But even then, you have to qualify for what they consider homeless, which
Red light camera ahead.
Okay, so can you let Dr. Glickman know that it's already set up for Dennis to come tomorrow and move it forward as he's still unhappy that we will work on that?
If you're in this the financial situation where you can't, like you don't have any money, but to say yes, we're going to help you get that. There are hundreds and thousands of organizations just like Let Them Live that do this.
Oh, okay. So we're fine.
that sounds amazing, and it really does. But that's not everywhere. Clearly, as you can see, that's not. Now, sure, the people can like look at resources and look at things that
Yeah, because I thought we still have Dennis name on the
process
record,
isn't
that's
as
why.
simple as any of us are making it sound, especially, you know, as somebody who says that they've been, I don't know if you said you were homeless, but I myself have been homeless. I've lived in a car, and I've had to gain access to an ID, a social, and a birth certificate. And to the people in the comments who were saying, like, I'd seen someone say, oh, wow, $100. Imagine saying that while we're sitting here arguing about being poor and homeless. $100 is a lot of money to someone like that. And to gain access to $100, some people just can't do it. So, I mean, imagine trying to say something like that. But anyways, in Florida, though, we don't have stuff like that necessarily.
Well, I did get out to every department that has a part of this nursing, of course, to make sure any set up things, concierge to set up the transportation, Ellen, the coordinator, she lives in her, and we're all going to be part of ensuring that this goes seamlessly, smoothly to get her transition there and back. Okay, so enjoy your vacation and don't be stressed. Okay, and safe travel.
I take the highway to 96th Street, okay?
However you get there.
Okay, just let you know.
Just safely.
Some people don't like highways, some don't like city.
Well, when they brought you down.
lane to take exit 14, East 96th Street.
No, you're fine. I agree with you, and just I think that be a little more, I don't know, just be a little more genuine and open-minded to understand that there are people that do look at being a landlord as a job and not an investment, and that's what you're really that's what you're putting the system that you have in place, because these people are not open to providing shelter to these people.
In 700 feet, use either lane to turn left on East 96th Street. Then turn left.
I never say that housing market is great, and if I ever run into a landlord that will take a voucher, we'll find
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, keep it up. I think what you're doing is great.
Thank you.
That's great. Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, technology. Honestly, I think that's the first conversation I've ever had with James where it didn't end up in yelling at each other. It was great. Like, I loved it.
It sucks. I really wanted to make the bacon.
I'm sure we have more pro choices than us. Hello. There's not a middle ground. Either you're for abortion or you're against abortion. There's no gray area there. Yeah, only 19% of pro-lifers are pro-life, no exception.
Yeah, I just don't agree with the government.
Does that go for like every law?
What's that you broke up?
Pro-life just means anti-abortion.
Like I was saying, yeah. So like if you're just saying you don't want the government like to have a say in it, pro-choice, it just matters. Like, do you think abortion is okay? Like, do you think women should be able to get an abortion?
To an extent, yes.
What is that extent? Like, what is the cutoff for you?
If it risks their life.
The mother's life? Okay, yeah, then I'm pretty sure, Dion, I'm pretty sure we're all understand because it's a human rights issue. Like, you don't have the right to unjustly kill somebody else. The baby doesn't have the right to unjustly kill you.
Right.
So you would, I'm going to say be pro-life.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like,
Use either lane to turn left on East 96th Street. Then turn left on FDR Drive, Service Road.
they're smart enough, they're old enough to know that if you have sex, you might have a kid. You gotta do the consequences of that.
Yeah, I'm going to say then that you were, like, pro-life then, and I'm going to swap you out and try to get a pro-choicer in here. Thank you. Okay, so just like a clarification. Hello. Good morning. How are you guys doing? Good. How are you? Good. Thank you. I myself am pro-choice. Why? So I truthfully believe that it's. First off, let me start with the fact that personally, as an individual, I wouldn't get an abortion. I was raised very Catholic, and I actually used to be pro-life. However, I do think that I'm pro-choice in the sense that I don't think that it's anyone's business, especially the government's, as to why a woman's getting an abortion. And I don't think that...
Turn left on FDR Drive, Service Road.
Have to disclose the reasoning.
In 900 feet, use either lane to keep right to York Avenue. Then turn right.
If it's an danger to her life, I think it's her right to
Absolutely.
Do you believe that the government should not get involved in a human rights violation? Do you think they should just mind their business when it comes
I think that I actually do think that, and I think the human right being violated is the woman's.
No, we're talking like any human rights violation.
Turn right on
like
East
using the government to
91st
just
Street.
stay out of it.
No, I'm saying the government should definitely be a part of human right violations. And I think in this case specifically, it's not
In 600 feet,
violated.
turn right on First Avenue.
I think like to change her voice.
That's kind of contradictory to say that the government doesn't have a say, but that the government should be in every human rights issue.
No, it's okay. Let me explain it better. So definitely, thank goodness we have the government, for example,
Turn right on First
to
Avenue.
abolish slavery, correct? And protects humans' rights against them. However, I don't think the government should getting a molar removed, for example. That's
In
my
400
choice
feet,
as a human being.
turn left on East
Well, there's a big
93rd
difference
Street.
between human life.
Absolutely, and that depends on when we define life. So I would love to hear when you define life.
Well, science, biology tells us that human life starts at
Turn
conception.
left on East 93rd Street.
Well, that's not necessarily true. I think with the abortion argument is that life is defined differently depending on your religion, culture. If you're defining it biologically, medically, if you're defining it by the heartbeat, or if you're defining it by conception, different people define life differently.
Like medically, biology medically, like the most accurate life begins at. So if you're not alive, you can't be.
I mean, it's okay. So let's go by that argument, because I can then decide to argue like, okay, well, what is death, and then therefore contradict that. But let's stay away from that. You're saying that at conception it's alive, correct?
Yes, at conception
it's an individual. That's your right.
Where is good for you?
And an individual.
You've arrived at your
The corner?
destination.
The corner is fine. Okay, have a good day.
Thank you.
Good luck. Take care.
It does matter because you're making abortion a legal right.
No, yes, that's only a part of it. It still doesn't matter if it's legal or not. Like legality, it doesn't matter.
It's legal because by taking away abortion right, people are gonna human desperation is gonna happen. People are going to have abortions whether they do it safely at a clinic or unsafely at home with a co-hanger.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that we should make it legal. Like, just because it's going to happen doesn't mean we should still make it legal. Like, people are still going
because it protects
each other. That doesn't mean we should make it legal.
It protects women. It protects women to be able to actually have safe abortions.
There's no such thing as a safe abortion if a human life dies every time.
It depends on how you define.
How you define life. Science, go do it somewhere else. You cannot argue with science. Science says life starts at conception. If you're going to deny science, there's no point in having this conversation.
I'm not science. I don't agree with you. I don't think life. I think.
Hold on, I'm just gonna interject for 1 second. I think you're you're conflating personhood with life, because it is biological human life, but maybe you're saying that it doesn't have personhood or it shouldn't have human rights. So you should argue that, but it is scientifically human life, like it is living and it is human. But if you want to say like it doesn't have human rights or it's not valuable, then you can argue that, but that would be a personhood argument. Okay, I'll make myself again.
No, that's the point. But regardless of how we define something has life or does not have life,
clarify again, I personally have never had an abortion. I personally wouldn't get an abortion. But I think it's every woman's individual right to choose whether, at what point, they define personhood in life, and at what point they should create an abortion with limits. I don't think an 8-month-old fetus should be aborted, for example.
Okay, so why should women be able to choose? Like, what makes that human life less valuable than every other human life? Because you wouldn't say that we have the right to choose if we want to go, like, kill our neighbor. Like, you wouldn't say that's our right. So why is that fetus less valuable of life?
So I also feel that she's conflating a choice and a right. So, like, obviously the mother has a choice to do these things. We just believe that it's immoral for one and that she should be prosecuted for two.
Yeah, it's not a right to kill somebody.
Yeah, like I can choose to do just about anything, but it doesn't mean that there shouldn't be consequences. I can physically go unalive when I want to, but I should definitely go to jail.
Or, like, what's going on? She's just not answering now.
Sure.
Alright, Elle, if you want to come back in, like, I don't know what's happening, like, it's just not speaking, so if you want to come back, I'll let you back in.
Yeah, we just couldn't hear you.
No, we couldn't hear you at all. How are you, leftist?
I'm doing fantabulous.
How's my baby?
My baby? Excuse you? You're
my baby.
He's doing good. He's sleeping right now. He's been, like, on this whole rampage where he's just so vocal now. Like, he does not stop. Like, bah, 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 bah.
That's so cute. She's my virtual baby. He's like, I'll go watch her videos just to, like, show my baby here. Hello?
Good morning, everybody. How's
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
pro-choice?
It's
awesome. Why? I don't know who that is.
No. That's fine.
Wait, did somebody ask me why?
Yeah. I don't know your...
Quite simple. It's like I don't want the government trespassing upon women's bodies. I just don't want that.
So, like, bodily autonomy?
Yeah, I just don't want the government trespassing upon, human bodies. That's it.
It takes the government, like, is trespassing when they say that you can't kill people in general.
Well, no, I'm talking about in regards to pregnancies. I mean, not every single killing is the same.
Should the government stay out of every human rights issue or just abortion?
I don't trust the government. I don't trust the government with part of MK Ultra to, like, judge human rights issues, but sure, they shouldn't. I mean, practically speaking, I can. But yeah, sure, they shouldn't stay out of every human rights issues. No.
Just stay out of abortion.
Yeah, because it's like a woman's choice. It's not like it's like, for example. Excuse me, I just woke up.
It's so good.
Why should, under what pretext, like in this specific case, when we're talking about pregnancy, why should the government, like, be able to investigate your body? Like, for example, like Roe v. Wade, like, for example, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but are you aware that in some states you could be investigated if you have, like, something like a miscarriage, which happens naturally, by the way?
Yes, and you have to take into consideration that is still happening while abortion is legal. So that is happening under pro-choice law, not pro-life.
But that formulates back to the point. Why do we as a people
Wait, can I add something quick to that? Some of those miscarriages, yeah, but some of those miscarriages are because the mother has used heavy drugs. That's why they're being investigated. It's not just because she has...
Well, why does that matter? Can I just re-ask my question?
She's intentionally trying to kill her baby.
Well, I have to ask. We have to ask ourselves. Let's say that is true, even though, like, I would have no evidence that was the intention. You would have to prove intent.
Well, that's the whole point. That's why.
Well, you would have to prove intent. Like, you would have to prove intent.
That's why these miscarriages.
But anyways, it doesn't really matter to me. It doesn't either way. It doesn't really matter to me.
That's why the big.
Again, again,
That's why we have investigation.
Again. If I may finish my point. If I may finish my point. Again, why do we feel comfortable with the government investigating our women's bodies when, for all we know, from looking on the outside, we don't know the person who just had a miscarriage. We don't know them from Adam or Eve. Why is it all right to allow the government to investigate women's bodies, probably without their consent, mind you?
Okay, so
and say, wait, I'm not done yet.
Oh, sorry.
And say, like, okay, you as a state, you as a government, you as a state body deserves like access to my body at all times because you're not satisfied with the story I gave.
Okay, so I would say right back to that. Okay, so if my newborn would die in investigate,
it's not a part of your body. They should investigate.
That doesn't make any sense. So if there is a death, why would we not investigate it? If there is, like, the doctor believes there's substantial reason to think that she did this on purpose, why would we not investigate?
Why does the doctor get to, like, determine there's substantial reason why they would have, like, you know...
Because you can tell if an abortion, you can tell if a miscarriage is natural or if it's been induced.
All right, no.
Depending on what you take, they can pick up stuff in your urine. They can tell if you've taken drugs. Like, they can tell if it is intentional.
And you feel like that's necessary for everyone.
None of this really even matters to the point, because if you're just saying that it does, like, that it's completely irrelevant because it's inside the woman's body, then, like, you have
I'm just seeing where y'all draw the line at.
Yeah,
I'm just seeing
you have
where
to
y'all
tell
draw
us.
the line at government involvement.
You have to tell us, like, why it's okay to kill human life when it's in the womb, but not okay outside of. You have to describe your position. Otherwise, we're just arguing about things that don't matter because we believe that it's wrong to kill the human life, and you don't. So we really have to figure out that argument first before we go on to all these other things.
Well, I mean, truth be told, left to the side, I mean, we've had conversations before. I can give you all sorts of, like, you know, analogies, like, you know, all sorts of hypotheticals.
Yes,
and things like that about like why I think it's wrong for a woman to have a baby that she doesn't want to have, and things like that, and why. I'm not done yet. Look, I don't know why I keep getting interrupted. I don't know why I keep getting interrupted.
You have to let us, like, have a conversation.
That's how it comes. You won't let us. You're supposed to let somebody else finish.
You are talking in paragraphs. You're talking in paragraphs. So you're asking questions, and then we try to answer, and you just keep going. Like, you ask a question, you wait for an answer. Like, you can't go on and ask 45 questions. Like, one answer at a time.
It's one question. I mean, at what point? I've only ever asked, like, you know, I've only ever asked, like, one question. Like, what is the line that you're willing to draw with government involvement in our bodies? That's it.
Okay, now let us respond.
Can I actually answer this miscarriage thing? Can I answer this miscarriage thing? Because it's not necessarily just the government that is getting involved with the body. It's the doctors that are, like, watching over these mothers and their pregnancies that catch onto these things, and they have to report it to the law. Like, it's not just like the government is coming into every single doctor and it's like, let me look in your vagina and see how the baby's doing and see if, like, you're taking drugs. Like, it's not like that. It's literally they keep track of these things to make sure that the baby is healthy, and if something goes wrong in the miscarriage, they're going to want to see what, and it's going to get reported. If this mother is on heavy drugs, not only because she's because the mother is on heavy drugs, she needs help. She needs to be, like, in rehab or something.
Right. And of course, I'm assuming we all support totally help, right? Okay. Oh, I just said, like, we just all support the mom getting help, right? If she is.
Well, yeah, of course.
Well, again, talk about why you think it's okay to kill people when they're in the womb but not outside the womb. Like, what's so different between the baby in the womb versus out? Like, we have to talk about this. Stop bringing it to other things, dude.
But why do we allow the government to decide if that's right or wrong? I mean, if we were just talking about our personal opinions about it and not making legislation, I can give you an answer.
Dude, no.
Right? Because I can give you an answer right now. It's just like, it's not my body. It's not
stopping people from killing people. The government should only step in to protect people's rights. The whole point of the government is to protect people's rights. So yes, the only thing that I would actually, I don't like the government. The only thing that I would actually say that they should do is protect and enforce people's right to not be unjustly imposed upon. If I go and hurt someone, I should be punished for it. If I go and kill someone, I should be punished for it. If people kill people, they should be punished for it. There should be some type of system that, like, provides justice for murder. So let's talk about why do you think it's okay to kill babies in the womb but not outside of the womb. Let's just talk about that, bro.
Because I think that's the only logic. Why I think
Scientifically, they are allowed.
Well, yeah, barely. It's like, okay.
What do you mean barely?
Are they at like the same capacity that me and you were at? Like, let's be real. Like, yeah, like they are alive. Like, I agree with you that they are alive. That they are alive.
There's no gray area.
ניסית להתקשר? בסדר, מה עם זהבה?
כן, זה בשלב ה-Western Union, white people.
כן, אולי עדיף, כי אם ביטוח לאומי יראו שהיא מקבלת כסף חול, תגידי להם שימשיכו לשלוח לה.
white people, אבנר?
כי זהבה ויוסי נתמכי סעד, נתמכי בטוח לאום. אמנם קצת טרטור בשבילה לחפש Western Union וזה. תשאל אותה איזה דרך היא רוצה. אתה מדבר איתה? אתה מתייעץ איתה?
ודאי, ודאי.
תשאל אותה איזה דרך היא רוצה. אני יכול להפקיד לה ישירות לבנק, ככה שזה פחות עמלות, זה $4. כמה זה ה-Western Union? על 260, אני יודע, 270. זה הולך לפי אחוזים או משהו?
כן, זה יותר.
כמה אחוזים? לא, אבל אין לי, אתה לא מבין. בוא נראה כמה אחוזים זה. זה $270. Western Union, 273% נגיד. עם $8. לא משנה, $8, $4, $20. אבל היא לא מביאה לי את ה-IBN number, צריך איזשהו IBN number.
כן, זה בעיה.
היא לא יודעת.
לא מדברת. לך ל-Western Union עכשיו.
דחף ל-Western Union וזהו, מה אני אגיד לך?
white people, אבנר?
אבל תתאם איתה. יש Western Union בארץ?
כן, יש בכל העולם.
דחף לה. אין לה ביט, רציתי לשלוח לה בביט, אין לה ביט. ביט זה הכי קל, היא לוקחת קטע, תגיד לה שתוריד ביט, ובביט היא מעבירה לכרטיס שלה, אתה מבין? היא לא יודעת.
750 פלוס 250, 1,000 שקל.
תן לה 1,200 כשתהיה מבסוטה. דחף לה 1,200.
250.
על המשלוח, על הזה, על הדליברי, לעמוד בתור, עוגמת נפש, וזה.
$300. חסר לה $50 בונוס.
כן.
white people, אבנר, תדע לך.
שיהיה לה
מה לדעת?
אני הולך לאסוף את דניאל האסונה הזאת.
כן.
מישהי אומרת לי שהתקשרה למישהי, אבל היא לא עונה לה, אז אני אומר לה, אז תשאירי לה הודעה כמו הסטייל של אמא, לא עונה הזונה הזאת. כמעט באמת השאירה לה הודעה כזאת. כי אמא מתקשרת לסיגל, ידידה שלי בתל אביב, אז היא לא עונה, אז מה אמא משאירה לה הודעה בעל סמשי? אבנר, לא עונה הזונה הזאת. וככה זה נקלט לה, אז היא משמיעה לי את ההקלטה, אני אומר לה, לא, אין לה כוונות רעות, גם לאחותי אומרת ככה. גם לאחותי משאירה הודעות כאלה. לא עונה הזונה הזאת.
הם מביאים לי אפשרות, קרדיט קארד, בנק קארד, איך הבנק קארד?
בנק קארד זה פחות עמלות.
כן. let's speak up.
עכשיו אלי יש לו ראייה 20/20. היה לי איזה, קניתי איזה מייל מ-H&M, קצת אבק, היה טיפה אבק, מה, לא רוצה אותו, מעיל מלוכלך, קח אותו וזה. אמרת לו, זה בעיה, עכשיו יש לך ראייה 20 על 20.
מצלח על $400, שתשמח.
כן. תגיד לה שתקנה ליוסי פלאפל. או שווארמה. שתגיד שזה ממנו.
Speak up. You pay.
אקאמי סושי. סושי זה יפנית. טוב, בא, זונה לדבר אחר כך. תודיע לי מה קורה. Yeah, Andrea. 575 Lex.
Turn right on East 92nd Street.
Okay. Sushi.
If a woman doesn't want something living off her body, she has a right to get rid of it. Alright? And I'm not gonna feel upset about it.
Okay, I got it.
I'm not gonna feel upset about it because she wanted to get an abortion.
You talk in paragraphs, dude. I get it. I understand what you're saying. But
Am I not supposed to? I'm sorry if my vernacular is upsetting you. Sorry, but I can't tell you that your vernacular.
In 600 feet, continue to FDR.
Take this out.
Drive
But then
south.
when I give you a situation where it is out of her body and it's not conscious, then you still say that we can't kill it. So like it doesn't make sense because if we argue bodily autonomy and we get you on, we debunk your bodily autonomy argument, then you're just gonna go back to
Did you
not
really?
even conscious.
Did you really?
I didn't say we did. I said if we did. We haven't gone into bodily autonomy yet, but if we did go into bodily autonomy, if somehow we debunked you on bodily autonomy, right, then you would just go back to, oh, well, it's not conscious, so it's not even a person, so it doesn't even matter. So, like, you can't say that it's not a person, but then also say that it's because it's inside the womb, because it doesn't make any sense, because then it's like you're just switching your fucking stance both times. If you're arguing that it has personhood.
Does the mother have personhood? Yes or no? Does the mom have personhood?
Yes. And so does the fetus. So if you're going to argue personhood,
if you're going to make an argument that the fetus has personhood,
Mono FaceTime, Mono View, or 5.
כן.
מה הכתובת של זהבה?
טולדנו 45. תסתכל בדף בוואטסאפ, היא שלחה לך העתקים, יש שם מסמכים, כתוב שם, בדף הלבן. אבל תעשה לוואטסאפ, תשאל אותה.
טולדנו 45, טבריה ישימה. טבריה, מה זה שיכון מה?
אני עם אנשים עכשיו, אני לא יכול להסתכל במסמכים, אבל כתוב בדיוק בדף שם הלבן. היא אמרה ששלחה לך העתקים גם בוואטסאפ.
a young person to save. It doesn't mean hold on. It doesn't mean that the other person didn't have human rights, right? That's why we don't talk about value. Because yes, I would say my
53rd Street.
son over the right to kill you. It makes no sense. You guys still have human rights, and I still can't kill you just because I value someone over.
Oh yeah, I agree. You have no right to kill me if I'm not transgressing upon you and I'm not using your body without.
Yes, so that
yeah.
is stupid.
So why would we have the right to kill babies who aren't aggressing upon you in the womb?
I mean, do you want them in your womb?
If I don't want you around me, that doesn't give me the right to kill you. Like if you just walk into my house, I can't just shoot you in the face.
Okay. Are women the same as property? Like, I don't.
Fine, you know what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm trying to bring some interest at this point. Like, if you have to use proportional force, so if the baby's life.
Chill, I'm taking the rules. Chill, we chilling, we having a conversation. We all friends. We all friends. We all friends. We all just chilling.
They're not answering any other questions.
Okay, answer the question. Answer the question again, and I will answer.
Why, if we don't have the right to, why do we have the right to kill humans in the womb?
You have you're using your resources against your will. If you don't want them to use your resources against your will, and they're not going to leave on their own.
Okay, so
you have the right. You have the right to make them leave.
Okay, so I leave my front door open. If a child walks into my house and I don't want them there, but he's having a fit and is refusing to leave.
No, of course you can make them vacate by the
כן.
לא, זה את המיקוד שלי, אני מתעסק בשבילך, תראי לשיקוד. כמו... אתה יודע, יש להם את ה...
אבל אתה רושם בגוגל טולדנו 45 ומביא לך את הזיפ קוד, אתה לא צריך לשאול אותה. היא קשה, גם אני מנסה לשאול את השאלות על הבנק וזה... לקח לה שבוע לענות לי. צריך סבלנות איתה. תרשום בגוגל את הכתובת במיקוד וישר יופיע לך המיקוד, אתה לא יודע.
ימים בגונה לברכה, היית אומר יאללה בואי הולכים לא, עכשיו לא בא לי. אתה הולך, יאללה נו אני בא. אין של שעה ובסוף, אתה יודע, סתם, לא יודע מה.
טוב, תסתכל בדף הלבן, אתה יודע, אני אעצור בצד, אני אשלח לך את הדף שוב.
זה white people.
הכל כתוב שם, אתה ואני משאל בנה, אז דבר אחר כך להתראות.
I'm really pleased with the definition that you gave of personhood, but you know, whatever. I don't know why you're.
We can only argue one thing at a time. So we can argue personhood, or we can argue about the autonomy.
And I'm apologizing for that because I understand that's frustrating for you.
Turn right on First Avenue.
Right? I'm not trying to make nobody frustrated.
Okay, so let's just.
I'm really not. I'm really not.
Yes, I know. So that's what I'm saying is let's take this one at a time. So if we're gonna go to personhood, let's stay on personhood, and then if you like find a way out, or if you find a way around your personhood argument,
Police reported ahead.
then you can go
in a quarter of a mile.
We just found a way
Turn
around
left on Lexington Avenue.
You can't jump back to personhood, right? So consciousness clearly does not matter to you, because if a 22-week-old baby was outside of the womb, it doesn't have consciousness. You would still say that we can't kill that 22-week-old baby outside of the womb. So then you move to, okay, but it's not inside the womb, right? Then he gave you a scenario where a person inside your house and all that stuff is true. And then you went back to, okay, but it's not in the womb. So, like, he already debunked you on the personhood thing, because consciousness clearly does not matter to you. So, like, I'm just what's going on. You're not making any sense.
I'm just saying I can't think of any logical reason for like the government like get involved in somebody having a miscarriage or like just having that's my thing.
Okay, perfect. So what if
I can't think of more. Look. If you want the truth, Justice, do you want the truth? I cannot think of a moral reason.
Okay,
and this is just it. So wait, hold up. I'm not done yet. I'm gonna explain my point. I can't think of a moral reason that would make me happy to make Bloom have birth, and she doesn't want to have birth. Okay. That's it. I can't think of a moral reason.
So if we're talking about, I'm going to go back to what you first said during that,
turn
when you
left
said
on
that like
Lexington
you can't
Avenue.
think of a reason why we should investigate miscarriages. So let's just like disregard that. We will allow like miscarriages will not have an investigation. Then would you be pro-life? No, of course not. So like don't even mention things unless us debunking that would, or making an exception for that would change your mind about it, right? You just don't think that women should have to carry their children to term and keep them alive. You think that they should be able to remove them in a way that will 100% kill them. So again, we go back to bodily autonomy and answering the analogy that we just gave you.
Right. Oh, are you still? I thought you were still talking.
No, I mean, I'm just asking, like, if you want to, like, answer that analogy where this, like, 2-year-old kid or whatever came into your house and you know that they will leave in 2 days, like someone's coming to pick him up or something, but it'll take them 2 days to get there, and the only way to get him out of your house would be to throw him outside in a way where you know he would 100% die. Should you wait the 2 days, or should you throw him out immediately?
Are you talking about literally throwing them out, or are you talking about...
Yes, like, literally, if you throw them outside, they will die.
Like throwing, like they literally not.
It doesn't matter the action. Whatever you do, that's put them outside is going to kill them.
I'm just double checking. All right. So if I kick them out my house and I know they're gonna leave in 2 days, in this particular hypothetical, are you asking me? Do I have the right to kick them out my house? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. If you know 100% that they will die, if you kick them out, the only safe place for them is in your house. Can you kick them out in a way that you know that they will die, or should you have to wait 2 days for the other person to get there and take the child?
For an already born baby.
Oh my god. Okay, this is going nowhere.
I'm talking to myself. This is just what I do. I'm legitimately thinking what I would do in that situation. Because if it was me personally, I would just wait 2 days. It's only 2 days.
But
I don't have a uterus.
Do we have the right to throw them outside and kill them?
Turn left on Lexington Avenue.
Okay. This isn't going anywhere.
On the left side, right side.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make
Right here?
In 300 feet.
Okay, 1 second. I can't
Keep
block the
right at
traffic.
your destination.
Keep flipping between the two.
Drop off Andrea.
Good luck.
If you
Have a
know
good
that this
day.
baby is going to die, do we have the right to throw them outside to where we know 100% that they are going to die, or do we wait the amount of time to where we know it's going to be safe for them to leave?
Is it my child?
It doesn't matter.
I think it does, but...
Okay, well, do you have any closing statements? Because this is just going in circles.
Oh, yeah. I just cannot think of... Oh, yeah. Anyways, ladies and everybody with a uterus, because I know my trans homies is listening out there. Look, fight for your rights. Do not let the government be, like, involved in your body any more than it needs to be. Do not trust the government. Protest, unionize, right?
Goodbye. Oh my fucking god. That literally was just like...
That was so bad.
My face is condescending. How is my face condescending? Do you have a condescending face?
Yeah, people think that dumb as shit. No, like your face.
I was like, how is my face condescending?
It doesn't
Maybe
make
it's
sense.
not like... Tony, you're not even in the Northwest, but...
Yeah, he was.
Okay, I don't know who is repeating like this, so I'm just going from top to bottom. Hello. Hi. Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I am pro-choice, and I would just like to say that at one point before I went to college, I was actually
that's
Like,
really fucked
we
up.
can't.
No,
we
I
can't
believe
just
that
take away
animals deserve wrong. I believe animals deserve the same amount of rights as humans, because who are we to say that another conscious being, another being that has emotions, has feelings, can feel pain, deserves to die? And I'm sure you're gonna go eat chicken for dinner, right? So
Actually, yeah.
as exactly. So a fetus that cannot feel pain, mind you, I believe in abortion prior to the point where if the baby was born, it would survive. And that is not even like I'm saying, you know, even if it needs help, right? If it can live in an incubator, it still deserves to live. But if someone wants to abort at 6 weeks, 12 weeks, whatever the point is, whatever the scientists believe the cutoff point is, that if this baby was born prior to this date, it could not survive, then it sure, you can abort your baby, because there's so many other reasons, not even talking about human rights.
No, you said that it doesn't matter when the baby is in the incubator because it needs help, like, surviving, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I would say
Rights, but like,
needs help surviving.
you can use that same thing for a chicken egg, a fertilized chicken egg. They don't have the pain. If I crack open a fertilized chicken egg, it's not going to feel it, so what does it matter? But to you, that's a problem.
Well, no, I personally don't eat eggs because I didn't eat eggs and dairy before I did. If you want to eat eggs and you want to eat dairy, I see nothing fundamentally wrong with that. It's the killing of a live animal that can feel pain that I have the problem with. And if you don't feel the problem with that, how do you feel a problem with killing a fetus that feels absolutely nothing? What is the problem that you feel? Because we have human rights. Why do humans get the rights above anything
If you would let us explain, we can explain it to you.
We will tell you.
Be right there.
Humans have the inherent... Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll explain it. So, humans have the inherent capacity for a higher level of rationale. That is why we are more deserving of rights. We can understand and uphold our rights. That is what sets us apart from another animal. Animals don't understand what a right even is. They will unjustly aggress the problem. He is unjustly aggressive. They have the inherent capacity. That, like, the key word here is inherent.
Okay, but they can't, though. That's the thing. Can an animal feel pain?
Yes, the key word is inherent. Inherent. They will have the ability.
Can an animal feel pain? Yes. Can a fetus feel
That
pain?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you can feel pain.
It doesn't matter.
At a certain point, yes, but that is...
It doesn't.
That's
No,
not
when they're going to be
justified
killed,
for this thing.
can they compensate that they're going to be killed and murdered? Yes, because it's inherent that it's in their body language. They know
actually,
you're scared.
they actually act like animals act.
Okay, hold on. Because if somebody is paralyzed from the neck down, they can't feel anything. Does that give me the right to go over there and stab them in the heart because they can't feel it, so it doesn't matter?
Pick up Jacqueline on the
Know what
right.
it means. They know what
Yeah, an animal doesn't know what that means.
That's kind of the point. Yes, like they can understand that like that is wrong. They can understand that their right is being infringed upon. An animal cannot.
Yes, they do. They do. Do you have animals?
An animal cannot understand rights.
Do you have a dog? Because my dog understands more than most people do. My dog,
Yes, because they
behavior comes into my home because they understand. And they understand.
My newborn wouldn't understand what it means either if I stab him in the heart. He wouldn't understand. That doesn't give you the right to do it.
He would understand.
Animals cannot understand
because they
rights.
feel pain.
Animals cannot understand rights. We would not. If we
It's
were
not about
fighting animals,
understanding rights.
listen.
Where do the rights? Where do you draw the line of rights? If you're giving a fetus something that's not born, something that could not live on its own, if it was born, it would not feel that pain because it is not fully made to the point where it could feel pain and understand pain. You're giving that fetus more rights than most of the life on this planet that can feel pain, that understand pain.
We're giving them equal rights.
We're giving them equal rights.
Okay, first of all, let me just say, like, I don't believe that our government is set up for us. It's set up to defend themselves, to keep themselves where they are.
That literally has nothing to do with what
Okay, but it always goes back to human rights, which is set up by the government.
Okay, I'm picking up somebody.
No, human rights are Did you say set up by the government?
given by the government.
Okay, I'm gonna call him.
No.
So why are we talking about rights and then talking about how abortion should be illegal?
Because the government is put in place to protect our laws. It's extremely hard to live in a society where a government doesn't stick up for
The police nasty. They wanna give us a tip.
Head to your drop
It's
of
Jacqueline,
Institute
yeah?
of Fine Arts.
How you doing? The police is so nasty.
Make a right turn on 2nd Avenue.
Turn right on 2nd Avenue. Then turn right on East 53rd Street.
like we have this right now. It's a fact of reality. If a child is born, I love just the mother. That child is going to grow up knowing what they need to survive. And that child is going to grow up knowing that if somebody tried to kill them or someone tried to take their food, that this is infringing on their rights. This is not something that has to be done.
Okay, that sounded very animalistic. That was my entire point. Is how do humans get the rights over animals?
Because we already said that they have the inherent capacity.
Turn right on East 53rd Street.
Okay, well, exactly what she had just said. You can say about any animal born on an island. No, exactly.
In 600 feet, turn right on 3rd Avenue.
Hold animals at the same standard as we hold people, we would be throwing animals in jail for killing other animals. It's murder. Like, we obviously wouldn't do that.
I just don't understand why we put a fetus in with everything else when it's literally not even born yet.
It doesn't matter if it's born. It's a human right. It's
Why
human
do you
to
feel like that? Why
Because
do
it's
you
human.
feel like that?
Why do I feel like it's human? Because it's science.
13 minutes.
Foster care is for the reunification of biological families. And right now, we have 36 couples per every one newborn up for adoption. So there are plenty of parents and families to take these children. And honestly, to use the kids in foster care, you are saying these kids are better off dead. We need abortion so they don't end up like them.
Wait, I'm sorry, say it again.
When you use foster care as an argument for abortion, you are saying that kids in foster care are better off dead. We need abortion so they don't end up like them.
No, that's not necessarily true.
That is exactly what you're saying.
But it is saying that they are definitely going to be sent back unless a woman decides straight up, like, okay, I'm going to give this baby up for adoption and I'm going to try to find parents right away that will take birth, which may not necessarily happen. They just give it a time and then just realize
feet. Turn left. Then turn left.
When a baby comes out. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay? That is when it's born. That's when it's a baby, that's when it's living, that's when it has rights.
Okay, so I agree with you. That's when it's born. So why don't you think it's alive inside of it? Like, what makes it not alive inside of it? Because could we agree that the cells are alive?
Sure, cells are alive, but if you...
Okay, so how is it not alive?
Because to a certain point in pregnancy, I'm not sure what the confidence people out there and opinions on that. It's not, it shouldn't have the right to life because it shouldn't have more of a right than...
Turn left on 5th Avenue. Then turn left on East 78th Street.
In there, it shouldn't have to be up to her.
Okay, but again, like, why doesn't it have a right to life? Like, you're not really substantiating anything. You're just saying it just doesn't have it. But why? Why shouldn't it have it?
Because you asked me this, why should a fetus who's been in the womb, let's say 12 weeks, right? Why should that fetus have more of a right to a life than the mother, okay? And let's just say, let me just finish. The mother, let's say the mother has the baby and she doesn't want, say I got pregnant now, I'm 19, right? 12 weeks pregnant and I want to abort it. Why does that fetus have more of a right to me give birth than I have and it's my own body?
So I would say that you guys have equal rights to life. I'm not saying that just because, like, if I was saying that the fetus had more of a right to life, that I would be for human sacrifice, which I'm not for. So actually my cutoff, and a lot of pro-lifers cutoff, is when the mother's life is in imminent danger. So if the mother's life is, like, she's about to die, she can get an abortion. That's a justifiable reason.
But not if the woman went through with the pregnancy and that meant that she was going to suffer horrible mental health illnesses. The baby was going to suffer a horrible life.
Turn left on East 78th Street.
So can I ask you, do you believe that quality of life is a justifiable reason to kill somebody? Do you believe that quality of life is a reason to unjustly kill somebody?
Not if they're already living.
If they're already living, but you have to substantiate what already living means. Like, I'm trying to figure out why this is living. Like, you're going in circles here.
No, I told you.
But what is it just the exit of the womb?
Okay,
like,
I'll pull aside here. Have a good day. Good luck. Take care.
You've arrived at your destination.
Okay, I would say for how long? What are you okay with partial birth then? Like, what about if the baby's halfway out the womb?
Halfway out of the womb, then yeah, that it has a right to life.
Okay, but they're not fully out the womb, so it's only like, so only halfway out the womb is when they get rights, or I'm trying to find like your actual.
The woman should have to give birth, and I'm not exactly sure what the cutoff point is when it actually scientists will tell you when their baby is actually a human or able to be viable outside of the womb. Okay, if I was however many weeks pregnant, whatever, and I took a fetus out of me, and that meant it would die, then that doesn't have a right to life. But if I took it out of me and it could live within an incubator, whatever, then sure, it has a right to life. But 12 weeks in, I take a fetus out of me, it's gonna die.
Yeah, if you take anything out of its natural environment and place it somewhere where it's not viable, it's going to die.
Right.
Just like if I took you and placed you and held you underwater, you're not viable underwater. That doesn't mean you weren't human, you weren't valuable, you weren't worthy of human rights. I just put you somewhere where you couldn't live.
Right, I was viable before that.
Yeah, and so a fetus is viable in its natural environment, which would be the uterus. Just like you're viable outside of water, which would be your natural environment.
But when I was born, right, all throughout life, I'm in my natural environment, I'm Asian G3, and I'm viable, right? But a fetus, when it's only in that environment for 9 months, okay? That's not their natural environment. Because if you want to argue that a fetus is a human, then it should be the same viable thing for them, right?
A fetus is in its natural environment, that is where it's naturally.
Okay, I'm glad you put that on.
I didn't say it wasn't a human. It literally can't be anything other than a human.
is your definition of viable?
On your forehead. What did you say, Dante? I don't have wrinkles on my forehead. I have one line. From when I sprint.
What is your definition of viable? Because we're obviously not getting anywhere with this whole birth thing. I just want to know what you think is viable, because that seems to be your stance.
Yeah, viable means that when a baby can be taken out of the womb, it can live with like help from an incubator, I guess. But if I took a baby out of my womb when it was 12 weeks old, that baby would die as soon as it comes out. That's not right to life, because it's not viable.
What makes it different? Okay, I got your point. So what makes it different that a baby is dependent on technology than it is dependent on the mother? Like, because viability is basically like, yeah. Just answer my first question. I'm just trying to.
You're gonna have to repeat because you spoke. You said quite a few words that didn't make sense. Could you ask it clearly, the first question?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to over. Yeah. Basically, like, you're talking about viability. So why, like, what is so special about, like, a baby being able to survive off of technology instead of, like, a baby surviving off of, like, her mother, the mother?
I just said, if I took a baby out, right, and that baby couldn't survive on its own or even in an incubator, then that doesn't have a right to life. Because a 12-week-old baby, you put it in an incubator, it's not life.
Okay, but viability changes based on where you are. So, like,
I would say
here, viability is 21 weeks. But, like, in, I don't know, Cuba, it's not viable until 40 weeks. So does that baby that's 21 weeks not have rights in Cuba, but they have rights here in America?
You know, literally, all I'm hearing out of your mouth is words. And I say this before, right? I don't spend all my time like you guys do researching facts.
Are you going to answer the question? Like, it's just for you to be logically...
Under your framework of a newborn is not viable. So can we kill newborns because they are not considered viable? They are dependent on the mother.
I said a newborn is viable.
No, they are not. Under you said your definition is the ability to survive on your own. A newborn cannot survive on its own without the dependency of its mother or somebody else to take care of it. So it's not surviving on its own.
That's not what I said. What I said was no.
That's exactly what you said.
Can I speak, please? Viability is when I just said this. I've made this point multiple times. If I'm 12 weeks pregnant and I take the fetus out of my womb, right? That will not survive on its own. It will not survive with help from me. It will not survive with help from the hospital. That doesn't have a right to life. However, if a newborn child is born and they will be able to live with help from the hospital, me, whatever, then they have a right to life.
Okay, so how
היא שואלת אותי מה זה יוסטון הזה, יוסטון. אמרתי לה, זה ווסטרן יוניון, ואני חושב שהיא יכולה ללכת כל דואר, למשוך את זה מהדואר, לא חייב סניפים שלהם או משהו כזה. אפשר למשוך גם מהדואר, לא?
אפשר למשוך מהכל, כן.
מהכוש של אחותך אפשר למשוך.
ראיתי טיפול.
שלחת לה? או שזה בטיפול?
אני צריך כתובת מלאה, אני מעכב קצת...
הנה, אני ארשום לך בגוגל עכשיו, ארשום לך טולדנו 45, זיפ קוד, גוגל. גוגל.
איך קוראים לזה?
הנה, היא שלחה לי עכשיו את הדף שלה הלבן, בוא אני אשלח לך אותו.
הנה, מישהו מוכר דירה, 152.18. פעם הדירות האלה היו, off the market. הנה הדירה שלי.
כן.
one bedroom.
טולדנו 45. רחוב טולדנו 45 מיקוד. רחוב טולדנו 45 מיקוד. הנה רחוב טולדנו.
לילי, מי פנוי?
טבריה.
הכוס של אחותך, לא גרה בטבריה.
טולדנו 45.
דברים פשוטים אתה מבקש מהאנשים, מתווכחים איתך. על מה?
הנה, תרשום. 142.
אז זה תעשה טקסט, תכתוב לה שאני לא אטעה. שם עליני, איך כתוב, אתה יודע, אם טעות היית קטנה, הלכה עליך.
כן.
אתה לא מקבל, לא הולך הכסף. שלח ל$100.
שלח ל$100.
היה מניה. איזה מבדוק. כמה סיפורים יש לאלי שהרביץ לזה. לפי הסיפורים שלו הוא הרביץ לכל העולם, אה?
לא יודע, אל תתייחס הכי טוב לא להתייחס. הכי טוב לא להתייחס.
לא, אבל מצחיק, וואלה, כאלה ככה, תפסתי אותו, שמתי לו את הראש בשולחן, אחר כך הרבצתי לעוד 4-5-6 אנשים, עוד אנשים, אלי נכנס לדמיונות שלו, פגשתי את מרלין מונרו, מחלק הסתכלה עליי, אמרתי לה יאללה, עוד לטלטר.
הוא בא אליי, אני אומר לו, יאללה, הולכים לישון, לך לך הביתה. הולך, חוזר כל 5 דקות חוזר. צלצל בדלת, שכחתי את המטען, שכחתי את הטלפון, שכחתי את המקל. שמתי לו את הכל בחוץ, בהולווי, אמרתי לו, תיקח לך משם. אני לא מבין למה הוא לא תופס לו איזה סקנה, התחתן, שיהיה לו ניירות. אחר כך יהיה לו צעירה. שיעשה כמוהו.
מצחיק, איך קוראים לזה? מה דיבר?
מראה לי ש... נכנסה לי עבודה עכשיו. קלאודיה הזונה הזאת. תבדוק ששלחתי לך את הטקסט.
תשלח גם $100.
כן. כבר זהבה אומרת לי, אז טוב, אין בעיה, תפקיד לי את הכסף, 1,000 שקל לחשבון. השאלה היא, מנואל ייתן לך? לא, כן, ייתן. השאלה היא, מנואל יחזיר לך. היא מודאגת. את לא ייתן. זה קטן. ייתן, כמו שהם... ייתן את הסכום של יוסי, אין בעיה. הכל עליי. אז מה, עכשיו אתה צריך גם לדעת איך לכתוב את השם שלה באנגלית, לא? או שבעברית מספיק? לרשום לך פחות או יותר זהבה, הלאה. בגלל זה בארץ זה מה שנקרא בור בעם בארץ, האנשים הדתיים. אשכנזים שאל אותם מה המיקוד, המבטא באנגלית, אז מספר IBM, מספר בנק, מיד יענו לך בלי שום בעיות. ספרדים בור ועם בארץ, מה אנגלית, מה מיקוד, מה זה, כמו שאמרת לי בדיוק. מה המיקוד, מה אנגלית, מה אתה עכשיו מסבך אותי, כל מיני דיבורים כאלה.
white people.
זה החינוך לקוי בארץ. מלמדים אותם רק גמרא, תורה, לא לומדים אותם אנגלית, לא ביט, לא שום דבר. יש עוד איזה עיראקית אחת, אני רוצה לקנות ממנה בגדים מכוכב מהארץ. אומרת מוכר בגדים, אני אומר לה, מה הביט שלך? מה הביט? שלח מזומן. אומרת לה, מה, את מפגרת? מי שולח מזומנים?
היא אומרת, היא חושבת שהמיקוד זה 1, 4, 2, 5, 1, 4, 4.
לא, זה מה שאני עשיתי לך טקסט. 142 5144, אז עשיתי לך טקסט עכשיו.
איזה שיכון?
שיכון א', לא, תראה בדף הלבן, כתוב לך שם שיכון א' בדף הלבן.
בדף הלבן?
כן, כתוב לך בדיוק, רק תוסיף את הזיפ קוד.
אז יש איזה אחד, כאילו בסטייל של זהב עדין, גששים, בלשים, שורקים אבק. אז אני אומר לו, כן, כן, מעניין, דווקא באו כל מיני אנשים עם חליפות לבנות, אמרו לי ככה $2,500.
Yeah, Claudia, yeah? Your name Claudia, welcome. You're going downtown. Washington Place. טוב, נדבר. Claudia Schiffer.
In 3/4 of a mile, turn right on FDR Drive, Service Road.
Such people like, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it's sadly that's the majority of women who are pro-life because they've had abortions, and nobody talks about the trauma that occurs for at least 7 years, like a minimum of 7 years, if not a lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Turn right on FDR Drive Service Road. Then continue to FDR Drive South. on East Houston Street. Half a mile. Turn right on East 1st Street.
My sister's bed gives me a promotional. I wish I could just come right out and tell everyone Anne's a lousy lay. The beautiful, the popular Anne Bishop Delaney.
Could be risky.
How about I just start a rumor then? Ready to get caught?
Yeah.
You should be. Can I meet this friend of yours?
Oh, Graham? I gotta tell you, we were very close many years ago, but I think we're very different now.
In 1,000 feet, turn right on East 1st Street. Turn right on East 1st Street. In a quarter of a mile, turn right on Bowery. 1,000 feet. Turn right.
Yes. You can go now. Just ask me questions.
Speed camera reported ahead.
Questions about sex. Well, what do you ask exactly? Well, I'm gonna tell you exactly. You let a total stranger record your sexual life on videotape, but you won't tell your own sister. Apparently. Did he ask you to take your clothes off? Did he ask me to take my clothes off? No, he didn't. Did you take your clothes off? Yes, I did. Cynthia. What? Why did you do that? Because I wanted to. Well, why did you want to? Because I wanted him to see me. Crazy. He can be bouncing off some satellite. Some horny old men in South America could be one. And he wouldn't do that.
You don't know that for sure.
Well, it's too late now. Did he touch you? Did you touch him? No.
Turn right on Bowery.
Yes. Don't tell. Don't tell. Don't tell. You did.
In 500 feet, turn left on Great Jones Street.
Listen to you. You sound like Mama. What are you talking about?
God, Cynthia. Look at me do that much.
You couldn't even do it, period.
You know what I mean. You don't even know.
I feel like it.
Don't. Can't find the trouble.
Turn left on Great Jones Street.
I was crazy about so much. You didn't do it. I did. Go home and wash it up. Okay, but don't.
In 500 feet, turn right on Lafayette Street. Turn right on Lafayette Street.
Excuse me? No, just power and blood. Hypothetical.
Don't tell. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. You did.
I did.
You did. You did.
I did. Bye. John, I called you last night. I sent you.
In 900 feet, turn left on Astor Place.
So who'd you have lunch with?
I'll handle it myself. Is there something wrong?
Are you having an affair?
Jesus Christ. I haven't done much on myself. Not far. Fill out the accusation.
Turn left on Astor Place.
There's nothing. sister? For God's sake.
7 minutes?
Not fucking your sister, though. I don't find that attractive.
In 400 feet, turn right on Washington Place.
Paranoid when you didn't want to make love to me. I
Turn right on Washington Place.
This is ridiculous. Maybe we can have some that's not what I'm saying. We should not ever talk. Just
In 300 feet, you'll arrive.
Oh, anywhere here is good.
You've arrived at your destination.
Good luck. You have a good day. Take care. Welcome. Take care.
Want that kid, then why didn't you give it away to someone who could be able to feed that kid? Because with pregnancy, you can't just be like, hey, do you want my unborn kid? I can take it out and put it inside you, you know? You can't do that. You can't do that with the pregnancy. I wish you could, but you can't. You can't compare the two.
Okay, so we'll go on to this analogy with you. Even in pregnancy, so you're saying because outside of the womb, I chose to keep this kid, so I have parental obligation, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. It crashed a little bit.
So if it's outside the womb, I have parental obligation, right?
Yeah, you need to take care of the kid or give it to somebody else.
So why would I not have parental obligation in the womb? Why would I not be responsible for keeping this child alive until I can pass off that responsibility? Just like I would have to keep my child alive until I can pass off that responsibility onto somebody outside of them.
Well, anything before the third trimester, you see, like, usually by then it's before they become a parent. It's before the fetus is viable. It's before,
I think your hand is over your mic. I can't hear you at all.
Okay. So anything before the third trimester, they have plenty of time to decide whether or not they want to choose to keep this baby and be a parent. Okay? They can abort at any time because if they do not feel like they can be a parent during the first few moments of pregnancy, they can get an abortion. Easy as that.
But according to you, consent can be revoked.
Consent can be revoked.
Like, according to you, consent to pregnancy can be revoked anytime. They have bodily autonomy, so they are not required while that baby is in utero to stay in that life.
Nobody's gonna wait 9 months or until the end of a pregnancy to get an abortion, unless it is requested for an emergency.
They do. It happens all the time.
Explain to me.
It happens all the time.
I want.
Late-term abortions are legal in 5 states for any reason whatsoever.
Yeah, but they're only legal in cases of medical emergencies. They're not legal for you want an abortion? You can have one.
Washington, D.C., California, New York, Colorado, and Alaska, I believe. You can have an abortion at any time for any reason.
I do not think you read it. Well enough because I don't think you read it well enough because I have and I did, and it's for emergency purposes. For emergency reasons.
Oni, can I ask you a
In
question?
California, you can kill a kid 7 days after birth. So yeah,
That's correct.
You know what not to talk?
You're talking about, you said, before the third trimester, like the mother should have plenty of time to have chosen to be a parent or not. What about ectopic pregnancy, where the mother doesn't know that she's pregnant up until birth, until the moment she gives birth? Can then she just kill her child?
She can't just then kill her child because at birth, that'd be considered neonaticide or whatever it's called, like the killing of a newborn, the homicide of a newborn. And that usually doesn't happen either. If there was an emergency or so, like her placenta was ripping off, or there's a complication in the labor or birthing process that could risk the life of the fetus or the mom, then she can get the abortion if the doctor says so. But she cannot get an abortion as choice, sadly, right at birth.
But why?
bodily autonomy.
And bodily autonomy, yeah.
Well, as soon as the fetus enters the vaginal canal, let's say, per se, like the dilation begins, they cannot get that abortion if they want to. It's only done for emergency purposes.
That's Like, there are 5 states where you can get an abortion late term for any reason. New Mexico alone is like the late term capital of the world.
Then give me the information about that. Because I've read it before too. It says for medical purposes, for medical reasons.
You can literally look up each state's law. Like,
I have
you can get an abortion.
And also there's no logical way. There's no logical way that someone is gonna wait
Western Square
9
Park.
months to get an abortion.
They do it all the time. It doesn't matter if it's logical.
They do it all the time, but you're not giving me a percent. You're not giving me any sources. You're not giving me anything. You're just giving me your opinion on it.
Google it.
You can look at the national
Because it's less than
Google
1% of abortions that are done in the 3rd trimester, and they're all for
Okay, but according to your logic,
Yeah.
no, they're not for medical reasons for the mother's life. It is the baby is not going to make it outside of the womb, so they think that they have the right. Okay, so if I know you're going to
We're
die,
gonna switch soon
tomorrow,
to
what's the right
Lambo.
today? No.
Just let you know.
It's the choice of the person. It's the choice of my life. It's the choice of that mother.
So why does it matter if it's for medical reason? If it's her choice, why can't she get an abortion at any time for any reason? It doesn't matter.
She waited 9 months to get an
It
abortion.
doesn't matter. According to you, right? Can we
That's
revoke
when
any
actual viability begins. Because we don't
Washington
have
Square.
viability in the 3rd trimester. It's more than that too. I believe viability begins at the 3rd trimester. Moving on from that.
You're moving the goalposts everywhere. You're literally moving the goalposts all over the place. First it was bodily autonomy, then it was personal.
I have many opinions. I do not have one opinion. I am a fluid person. I'm not the type of stereotypical pro-choice person you think I
You're
am.
not
That's why you guys don't like arguing with me.
No.
Because I
No, we don't like arguing with you because you're logically inconsistent.
logically inconsistent. You just compared me to a fetus.
Yes, Oni, we're testing your logic.
Head to your pickup at 9
We are
Barrow
trying
Street.
to take your logic and place it in other areas so we can break your logic. You can
In
see that
900
your
feet,
stance is
turn
very
left on Grove
inconsistent,
Street.
And it would raise a lot of problems if the country was wrong under your framework.
No mama bikasti na rap.
Not kill
Switch to
people. Like
Lambo.
that's the job. Don't kill people.
Keep me
Don't
peace.
kill people. You wouldn't be able to kill people.
What else is there more to unjust than killing people? Like, what are you going to do to these boring kids that are stuck in foster system or that have no health care, no health insurance, no proper schooling, etc.? What are you going to provide for these kids?
Do you think
Are you
these
going
kids
to
in
provide any
foster care?
Turn left on Grove Street.
We already have 2,800 pro-life resource centers that help mothers for a minimum of 2 years. But do you think these kids in foster care are better off dead?
Let's see. I think that's all up to the kid that's alive. That's not my say.
No.
That's not my
Do you
say.
think
In 300
that we should
feet,
be allowed
turn
to
left
kill
on 7th Avenue South. Then turn left.
because they might end up in foster care, and we don't
Turn
want
left
kids
on
to end up in
7th
foster
Avenue
care.
South.
This is the
Then
thing.
use the
That's
left
not my
lane to
say.
turn
That's
left
the
on
say
Barrow
of the
Street.
person
That's
who's
literally
doing
what you just said. That's what you just said, that we need abortions so kids don't end up in foster care.
No, that's not what I'm
Use
saying.
the
I'm
left
saying
lane
it's
to
not my
turn
say
left
to
on
say that
Barrow
kids
Street.
should be dead. I'm saying it's up to the person who's pregnant. Because I don't know the story of foster care. I've heard terrible stories about foster care. Terrible. But the thing is,
Okay,
it's
so
not my say. It's the person who's experienced it birthday.
It's all about the choice, right?
As a trauma child, though,
All
as a
about
trauma
choice,
child,
right?
though, I do believe probably for a trauma kid. But again, that's not my say because that's to the mom.
Okay, so for you're all woman's choice. It doesn't matter why she has the choice to get an abortion, right? It doesn't matter what reason.
If it's racially motivated or But they don't do this to everybody, though. That's the thing. They don't ask the motive to everybody, though, at every clinic from what we know of, right?
Majority of them they do. Majority of them. That's how we get our sources.
Majority, but not all of them is what I'm trying to say, right?
Okay, what does that matter?
It matters because
we think we should ask everybody. Sure.
You want to know the motive of every abortion, but every abortion clinic does not ask the motive of the abortion. That's the thing.
Sure, we can ask every mother in there for an abortion. Like, yes, there's an abortion.
Use the left lane to turn left on Barrow Street.
It's the right to privacy, so most people cannot ask these questions unless the patient gives consent to ask.
Well, I don't know if you've heard, but Roe v. Wade is being overturned.
Yeah, I know. So now I guess
arrived at your destination,
which would possibly help with the motive thing.
Pick up Stephen on the right.
Still not a great thing because we are not allowing women to have access to safe abortions.
How you doing?
Yes, Stefan.
Head to your drop at the
How you
Riverdale
doing?
Stop.
You're going up to the Bronx, top of the food chain.
Make a right turn on West 4th Street.
Turn right on West 4th Street.
That's done. That's false. That is a small percentage.
Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. You just said
In 400 feet, turn left on 6th Avenue. Turn left on 6th Avenue. In 700 feet, turn left on Greenwich Avenue.
And they need to get judicial, what's it called? Judicial decision or something like that to get an abortion and notify their parents. Let's say that abortion clinic they have to go to is, again, all the way on the other side of the country because they're underage and have to get an abortion. Huh? What does it matter? That causes DIY abortions that you're talking about because these abortions are not easy.
DIY abortions still happen under Roe v. Wade. So it doesn't really matter.
3 terms of sentience: past, present, future. Let's see what else. There is no any of the senses. It has 0 of the senses. It's underdeveloped tissue. No, let's see what else.
It's a what? Literally discriminate. Huh? We're all cells. Every single one of us is cells. So how many cells do you need?
In a quarter of a mile, turn right on 8th Avenue.
The thing is, we're talking about
In a quarter of a mile, turn right on 8th Avenue.
just an egg and a sperm together.
How long do you think that it's just cells? Like, how long do you just think it's like a ball of cells chilling in there?
By the time it reaches over the 2nd trimester, it is no longer that. It is a mass.
Speed camera reported ahead. In 1,000 feet, turn right.
All of its organs are formed. They just need to grow. Its brain is formed. It just needs to go. It is literally a little baby.
But by 12 weeks, when an abortion or a removal or what we call, what's it called? It's the birth thing. Well, a removal, let's say a removal procedure, because that's what an abortion is. By 12 weeks, that thing literally dies because it's not in the environment to grow in. It's
Exactly, and that brings us right back around. That brings us right back around to your viability argument that I've already developed.
What viability argument?
That if you take it out of its natural environment, it's going to die. Yes, just like if I take you out into outer space and I push you out of a spaceship, you're going to die because it's not your natural environment.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna die because it's not my natural environment. But if you do it with that says otherwise. People who get abortions are not doing it to get murderous intentions. That could be like, ooh, I'm gonna kill this baby.
They're doing it with the intention to kill the baby and the pregnancy. That is the intention. Kill the baby and end the pregnancy.
They're not doing it to kill the baby. They're doing it to end the pregnancy. Sadly, some of them don't want the baby to die. Okay? Some of them don't want that thing to die. If they didn't want it to die, they wouldn't have.
If they didn't want it to die, they wouldn't have.
In this country, sadly, it has to probably die because they are turned into situations that are financially corrupt, that are abusive, etc., etc. The list can go on. It's such a great area that we do not know.
The only thing that I think I think this is something we run into a lot. This is nothing obviously associated with what that looks like, but this is just something that we come across so often. People literally don't think that it looks like a baby or looks like a human. They think it's just a ball of cells. So like I have pictures.
I know it's not. I know it's not a ball of cells. I know what a fetus looks like at 12 weeks, but the thing is, it's not the living born baby that everybody mainly values. It's not the living born baby.
That doesn't answer the question. I asked you how long you thought it was like the ball of cells. You said it's the 2nd trimester.
Until the 2nd trimester?
That's what you said. That is what you said. I said, how long is it a ball of cells? You said it's the 2nd trimester.
It's like the size of a period blood clot. If it's the size of something that's the same size as my blood clot from a period, then to me it is a massive cell. To me it is still something, a breast. It's still a
You're discriminating off of cell size.
I'm not discriminating off of size. I'm not discriminating off of size.
That's what you just said. It wasn't valuable because of the size. It was smaller. It was a
Turn right on 8th Avenue.
So it wasn't valuable because it was small.
It's more than that though, and I explained it to you why, but then you're saying, oh, this and this and this. It's not
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on West 19th Street.
Yeah, you know, like, develop, like,
they are pretty different. They are pretty the same. They are pretty different. Because you see, with a fetus, it's biologically independent on the inside of the body.
In 1,000 feet, turn left. Speed camera reported ahead. Turn left on West 19th Street.
I'm saying we are talking about specific type right now, and that is the one involving in pregnancy. Okay, I do believe bodily autonomy. We're specifically talking about pregnancy. We're not talking about post-birth. That's the thing. And that is a lot of things.
Are you talking about material versus physical dependency? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, the physical dependency.
In a quarter 1,000 feet. Turn right.
But with the fetus,
Again, what if I couldn't? What if I couldn't? What if I had?
that is your own fault and that is your own problem that I cannot solve unless I was there to help you. Why would you bring a baby into the woods? That's the question. Why would you
Do you think people don't go camping? Do you think people don't go camping?
I think people go camping, but why the hell would you bring a newborn baby into the woods? They don't
It
even
doesn't
have
matter. I'm kids breastfeeding.
It matters so much.
It's 6 months old. Who cares?
Guys,
That's not logically inconsistent.
It is so good. You know what?
This is
I'm saying
stressing me out. This isn't going
you
anywhere.
have been going in circles for so long.
Exactly. Do you have any closing statements?
Yeah, I don't have any closing statements because so far you have not been.
I'm not gonna do it anymore. Like, you're just going in circles. You have bodily autonomy, but you don't.
Hold on, I just want to also say for the comments, y'all must not have been here. She said that it literally is a blob of cells until the second trimester. So all I was doing was showing what a 12-week fetus looks like. It was not an argument. I wasn't using it as an argument. I was just saying that's like, they look like a baby very early on.
Bro, that is what you said. I will literally send you the clip. I will send you the clip of where you said it's a ball of cells until the second trimester.
Yeah, that's exactly what she said. That's literally the only reason I came on. It's like, yeah, that was just going through.
Pregnant, not good.
But
Like, how, like, was I not logically consistent? Like,
Turn right on 10th Avenue.
alias to pregnancy?
So I just think that she was trying to talk about two different types of dependency, which don't even exist, but she was talking about physical and emotional dependency. And she didn't realize that physical dependency was breastfeeding. That's literally, it's very analogous to pregnancy.
That's just like, it's very analogous. Like, it's using my body. Oh, well. Okay.
But I'm gonna actually hop off. I do appreciate you being on. It was fun, interesting, and kind of stressful, but
My life was so stressful.
right.
See ya. Oh, I just need to put a Marty. I have 3 pro-lifers I've been waiting for a while, so I'm gonna let them all in for a minute. I just need a break from logically inconsistencies. Hey. That was a lot. I let that go on way longer than I should.
wait, she said it earlier. She did say that. I forgot. Yeah. They literally think that like the sperm and egg combination, like the zygote, lasts until like it's born or something. It's so
In 1.1 miles. Turn left on West 42nd Street.
Y'all are just getting gifts for assisting or no situation that happened in our state. What state are you in? Louisiana. Montana. Louisiana. Yeah. No, I'm in Stradford. I don't have a job. When I said, do you guys have jobs? I said, no, I'm in Stradford. I don't. Well, what happened in our state was, this is recent.
Watch out, pothole on road ahead.
Couple and a woman had a daughter that was autistic, and you can look this up. I
like requested to talk about Canada. Like you had mentioned Canada and their medical care. Well, my husband travels a lot, and Canada is one of the countries he goes to a lot. And he said that he spoke to a Canadian, and basically the doctors there, like there is no like average wage. So a surgeon, like if you were to do a surgery on someone, you would make the same amount of money as if you were to just see someone virtual.
So gross.
Yeah, I know, like, so it really like, so that's why it's being a doctor, because like nobody wants, and then like for my kids, they need physical therapy and stuff, and they need a neurologist and stuff. Those kind of doctors would opt to see them last because they are more in need than just your average person coming in for a cold or something.
Yeah, I have a few friends that live in Canada, and they say like their healthcare is garbage. Like you have to wait months. You better plan on getting sick 6 months in advance.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So the Canadian healthcare system is not good at all. But like I don't live there, so I don't know how my husband is calling me a Canadian.
signs of pregnancy or not. Simple. So bodily autonomy.
Red light camera ahead. Turn right on 12th Avenue.
Such a good money and say, you know, help me figure out how to get this city back on track. You know, Rudy in a heartbeat would meet with him. In a heartbeat. I know how Rudy is because Rudy cares about this city. He cares about New York. He cares about America. And we deserve to be safe. These people are leaving New York. They're leaving. Every day I hear my husband, he's on the phone with his friends from Florida, and he's like, you know, I'm being sounding pretty good. We pay the highest taxes in the nation, and what are we getting from it? What are we getting out of it? They were about to do this. Here was a woman who killed the Asian woman that was following into her apartment that like crazy guy who was stabbed her to death. They were going to build a homeless shelter down the block, and as a result of her murder, they were nobody wants a homeless shelter in their neighborhood. Nobody wants a jail in their neighborhood. They're making, you've heard of Rikers, everybody's heard of Rikers. They want to tear down Rikers. Why? Because of expensive real estate. They want to tear it down and build jails in each borough. Except I think for that.
Continue straight for 15 minutes to Henry Hudson Parkway North.
You know, I've been to a jail because I was going there for an interview as a reporter. Thank God, knock on wood, I never had to go visit anybody at a jail. But it's not a very nice area. It's not very savory. You know what I'm saying? It's like they've got like the bail bondsmen and this and that, and the people there, you're loyal, you know? Who wants that in their neighborhood? Who wants that? Who wants a homeless shelter? Look at the Upper West Side, what's going on. You got all these people there, they spend millions of dollars in their apartments and, you know, and the maintenance, and they've got people like stealing drugs in the corner, and they got a bunch of homeless guys living in a fancy hotel. But this is what America's turning into. The have and the have-not. You heard Michael Cutler before. They're allowing everybody to come in, and this is not just about your country with democratic voters. This is about the destruction of America. Because when people are beholden to the government, and then the government can tell you to do whatever they want you to do. It's incredible to me that they want to allow women, they're advocating the radical left, for women to be able to kill their baby whenever they feel like it, for whatever reason they feel like it, with no limitations. We're talking about the radical. Meanwhile, they want our little kids to get a vaccine. They want us to be forced to get vaccinated. Forced vaccinated. That's why you can't have it both ways, guys. All of us, if you can think that you make sense, well, it's your choice to be out public. We've all seen that risk. So, I don't know. And I'm looking right now at MSNBC. This is 13 states of trigger laws to ban abortion. Oh, look, now she's panning down to a little kid and a baby. That lady eat. Oh, this is crazy. This is just crazy. Let's go to, let's go to Cliff from Wayne, New Jersey. Hey, Cliff, you're live with Lydia. I'm in for Brett Kelly.
Hey, Lydia, nice to talk to you.
What's on your mind?
What's up? That's a couple things I was thinking about. First of all, when it's talking about, I call it the democratic philosophy. If I get elected, all I want to do is get money for my personal wealth or my election campaign. And if you can't help me with that, I'm not going to help you. Can I just do something you're just talking out like as I am? Does it make sense? Absolutely makes sense. Because if they get rid of all those jails, that's all first-rate real estate.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's going to make a lot of money on that.
That's all it's about. Thank you, Cliff. I couldn't agree more. At the end of the day, it's all about the almighty dollar. That's what it's all about. They want to punish success. I was talking with my mother, and I was telling her, like, my husband and I, we had to pay a lot of money back to the government. And you know what's look at it? It's actually Trump. Those tax bills that he passed in 2018, he really screwed us. And then he also really screwed us with the talk. So I am upset with Trump. If I ever get to interview him again, I'm going to bring it up to him. Like, dude, what were you thinking? So I know a lot of you are in the same predicament as we are, and we're just like, we could get money back from the government. Now we have to pay all this money back, and I tell my mother, and she was like, oh my God, I can't believe you had to pay all that money. I said, Mom, they want to punish the success. They want to punish us. You know, if I go to an emergency room with my daughter, my husband or whatever, I could expect like a $5,000 bill coming my way. Meanwhile, you can be an illegal migrator and you don't have to pay a dime. How is that fair? So instead of we're de-incentivizing success, the fact that they want to do the public housing, the food stamps, paying off our loans, and this and that, we're de-incentivizing success. And then we are punishing success. So instead of saying to people, you will have this, this, or this, or that, or whatever,
kind of figured that.
so it's like the news making more money, the government is just going to take more. What's the point of making more overtime? They're just going to, my paycheck's going to get eaten up by the taxes anyway. So I might as well just leave as soon as the clock strikes 3. And it's sad, and that's why you have so many employers struggling to find good employees, typically the restaurants and the lower level positions, because people make more money sitting their butts at home.
All right.
They do.
Shooting their message, and I'm going to go up and teach these people who are going to make jokes a lesson. They're going to see that and be like, I didn't anticipate that, because that, you've got a wheel. And Will Smith didn't take those consequences because the entire security team for the Academy of Worship been fired. But if he would have faced those consequences, if, let's say, 2 guys would have tackled him and dragged him out and embarrassed and humiliated him, there wouldn't have been as much. And again, this is one instance that we know of. We don't know what's happening in context everywhere with small comments, but we're seeing it in schools. Like, if you guys don't go speak at a college, they would take it perfectly fine to threaten you. We even thought of, I saw one, I think, Buck, you're on the show. They threatened a 16-year-old woman who was there to talk about being a law. They had to fight her, you know? Should be the absolute last choice, because you don't know what could happen. And I understand inconveniences and financial and all that, but I'm trying to be respectful. It's one of those things where, as a man, as a tough thing that we have no say.
Red light camera ahead.
Before a child. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be like, you know what? Sorry, dear, I don't want to pay for this, so I'm going to abort all responsibility. Like, we don't even have that right. So I just think that when it comes to this stuff, you don't see the fighting and the protesting. There has to be a thing. I don't think states making the choice is a horrible idea. This is America, and if you don't like anything in one state, there is a ton more places know, thank God she didn't have a gun made of a knife, you know, 'cause I mean, I just hope she's not a Bruce Springsteen fan, because I tend to upset those folks a lot, too. Why, by the way, the gun made of a knife idea, the dude clearly is mentally insane who stormed I think, the stage with Chappelle there. But what's the point of having a fake gun with a knife? So you have something that's more deadly, and then you turn it into something that's, I mean, it doesn't seem to make any sense at all, does it? It seems to be something that was invented by somebody whose father had a lot of money and was a world famous inventor. He was recognized around the world, and his son said, "Hey, Dad, what about a knife, a gun that's not a gun, but it's really a knife?" And the love of his son blinded him, and he went ahead and got a patent and put it out there, and it's only sold in Party City. That is, yeah, that's got to be what it is. Cyrus, check him out on Gutfeld. You can also check out the book. By the way, with each mortgage-free home provided to a family in need, only hours to live in 22 did you bring never forget the sacrifice America's greatest
מה אתה אומר?
זה בעין, אני בסוף קצת פחות מצטער.
יופי, יופי. עכשיו שמע על הוראות המפקדים. טוב, אני בהיי-ווי עם אנשים, נדבר אחר כך. שבח לאל, תודה לשואל.
Programming in partnership with museums, galleries, and universities. Security is knowing that the information you need can be got seamlessly right where you live. You have a lifetime. Easy access to uninterrupted on-site care at no additional monthly cost. No matter how your needs change over time. Perfect Edge provides peace of mind, freedom from financial burden.
Estimated time in traffic 7 minutes. Henry Hudson Parkway North.
Residents up 3%, 11 not seen since December of 2021. Illinois Hudson manager Paul Jones says the environment for investors is worse than ever, as the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates when financial conditions have already begun to concern.
Keep left to Henry Hudson Parkway North.
Inflation at a 40-year high. The founder and chief investment officer of Cuba Investment believes the ventures are now in uncharted territory as the central bank cut over monetary policy during past economic slowdowns.
Continue straight for 6 minutes to exit 22, West 253rd Street, Riverdale Avenue.
Corporation remained largely silent Tuesday after a leak left to the Supreme Court decision indicated that conservative justices are poised to overturn a landmark ruling that guarantees access to legal abortion. Companies such as Walmart, American Airlines, and Microsoft have yet to issue statements to respond to requests or comment or to time pickup. The Business Roundtable, a trade group that's made up of top CEOs, said in a statement that it does not have a position on this issue.
take exit 22, west 253rd Street, Riverdale Avenue. Then turn left. Exit right to exit 22, west 253rd Street, Riverdale Avenue. Then turn left on west 253rd Street.
Regarding the SCOTUS case, the Supreme Court of the United States case,
Turn left on west 253rd Street. In 600 feet, turn right on Fieldston Road. Turn right on Fieldston Road. Make a U-turn on Fieldston Road.
You can walk across here.
Yeah, you go up. There's one more where you make it.
Make a U-turn on Fieldston Road.
I'll just stop that right here. All right.
Come on, 1 second.
Cool. Have a good day.
Well, 1 second, 1 second. I'll pull to the side. You want to stop here?
Yeah, right here's good.
Okay. Good luck.
All right, have a great day.
Head to your pickup on Fieldston Road.
You've arrived at your destination.
Pick up Laura on the right.
Yeah.
What are you here for?
Lara.
Drop off at
How you
995
doing?
Fifth Avenue.
In 800 feet, turn left. In 800 feet, turn left to New York 9A South, Henry Hudson Parkway toward Manhattan.
Head to your drop off at 995 Fifth Avenue. Just ahead, make a left turn toward New York 9A South.
What is the school over there? What's the name of the school? Riverdale School.
Turn left to New York 9A South, Henry Hudson Parkway toward Manhattan. Continue straight for 6 minutes to Henry Hudson Parkway South. lanes to keep right to Henry Hudson Parkway South. Keep right to Henry Hudson Parkway South. In 3.8 miles, exit to West 95th Street. exit right to West 95th Street.
Las Vegas, Nevada, and the place is the Mob Museum. I have to tell you, I'm not in the habit of visiting a lot of museums twice, especially out of town. I made a point to visit the Mob Museum twice, and one of the best decisions that I've ever made. And believe it or not, there's still a ton of stuff that I haven't really seen.
In 900 feet, turn right on Riverside Drive.
Download all of NFL Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. Are you questioning Joe Biden's handling of the economy, soaring 40-year inflation, higher taxes, $30 trillion in debt, and wild congressional spending? If you're worried about the
Turn right on Riverside Drive.
then you're going to want this new economic guide from Monetary Gold. It's called The Iceberg Economy, Surviving a Loaded Market and a Punch-Drunk Administration. I want you to call Monetary Gold right now to get this free guide. For a limited time, ensure that no one can see it. Inside this guide, you'll learn about the one particular account that nearly all the money people have and their future capital as well. Anti-inflation fighter, and you'll learn about one secret IRS loophole that could save you thousands in taxes. Call Monetary Gold for the Iceberg Economy. 1-888-993-9332. That's 1-888-993-9332.
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on West 86th Street. Turn left on West 86th Street. In 1.2 miles, turn right on 5th Avenue.
I told him, I said, just write an email, say I respectfully decline your offer. Thank you. Bye. That's it. What do you guys think? He was like, wow, Lydia, you are just very to the point, and just, I said, yeah, nobody has time to read long emails. Nobody has time for that. I said, you know what, even check the back. That's ridiculous. And let them come back to you and say, what do you think is worth? And then you tell them what you think is worth. Come on. All right, let's go to the phone call. Let's go to Mike from Newer Show.
Hey, Lydia, how are you?
Good, how about you?
To watch News 12, and I didn't put two and two together. I didn't know you were the same person. I listened to the station, I listened to Greg Kelly, but I gotta tell you, I love you because you're honest, you're straight to the point, and you know, it's refreshing. So now you have a new fan for your station.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I worked at News 12 Westchester. It's funny, people to this day still remember me from there and from Fox, and I ran into some because, when you're a TV reporter, you can't say how you feel. A good journalist, actually, at least that's how I was taught. I studied journalism. I got to know about feelings, opinions, down the middle, and, I think people need a little fire in their lives. What do you think, Mike?
Absolutely. I've been in law enforcement for 30 years.
Thank you, Mike. Let's go to Sunny from Staten Island. Strong Island.
Yes, Staten Island. Is this Greg? Because your voice changed and went a little high pitched.
I went through a text change. I am now fine.
I really like your voice. I really do. That's so funny. No, you know what? This gun violence has really gone through the roof, and it's really not going to cut the solve as I see it. I mean, I have over 30 years as well as the other guy in law enforcement, plus 21 years of military law enforcement. So, and I'm only 39 years old, by the way, because I'm the man. But the thing is they should go back to how it was before, mandatory sentencing. Even I go back when Mayor Koch, he had a 2-year mandatory sentencing for possession of guns. I say go 5 years, a little bit more. And more importantly is stopping this. Officers abuse it as an officer so many times. It really works. But somehow, New York City, both sides did things that they're going after. They're targeting minorities. I say they're targeting crime. That's what I think. And they should really, even former Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner, he said that's what works.
I agree. And Peter, Joe, Benny, Pete, Andrew, Ray, thank you guys. I don't have time to get to you. I was also thinking about Michael Burns, that NFL player who accidentally shot himself in his leg, remember? With an illegal handgun in Manhattan. And what did he, like 2 years, right? I mean, what the heck? And now people can go shoot others in the head? We're in an upside-down, curvy world. I should have started with the show and just said I was Greg the entire time and just said I went through a sex change.
United States Senate, including the Republican National Senatorial Campaign Committee, use what he calls the cultural MAGA agenda.
President Biden goes on to explain what the MAGA agenda entails.
It will actually raise taxes on 75 million American families. Over 95% of whom make less than $100,000 a year.
Biden points out this passed the ultra MAGA
Turn right on Fifth Avenue.
Social Security, among other things.
Every 5 years, Congress would have to vote to read or eliminate Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Social Security is something seniors have paid in for their whole life. And it has to be reauthorized. It has to be reauthorized every 5 years.
Biden says he's offered a different plan, a plan rooted in American values of fairness and decency. A plan where no one making less than $400,000 will pay a penny more in federal taxes, and Social Security and Medicare will be protected and strengthened. The president was asked what's the next step on abortion once this case gets settled. Biden said it's about so much more than abortion.
What happens if you have states change the law saying that children who are LGBTQ can't be in classrooms with other children? Is that legit under the way that the decision's written? What are the next things that are going to be passed?
U.S. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts confirmed the leak of a draft document poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. He calls it an egregious breach of trust and ordered an investigation into the leak. Roberts said the document does not represent the final decision of any members of the High Court. Before boarding Airport One Tuesday, President Biden said the draft represents a, quote, fundamental shift in American jurisprudence that threatens other important rights
In 800 feet, you'll arrive.
And the kids out of school now. 3 o'clock.
Just ahead, drop off Laura.
At your destination.
Okay, here is good. Have a good day.
Get to your pickup at 25 78th Street.
In 800 feet, turn left on East 78th Street.
You're welcome. Take care. Shower me with sunshine.
feet. You'll arrive. You've arrived at your destination.
Because it's never been investigated. It is still being covered up by a federal bureau of, I don't know what you would call it. They've had it for 2.5 years. Anything they're doing now is definitely too late, and I find that it's too late. But in any event, John Matt Isaacs,
Get to your drop off at Terminal 4.
In 600 feet, turn left on Park Avenue.
Yeah, how you doing?
For Anta, right?
Welcome.
Thank you.
You're going JFK. You know what terminal?
4.
4, terminal 4. Yeah, 3 o'clock. Everybody out of school down this time. What are you, a teacher or student?
Speed camera reported ahead. In 500 feet, turn left on Park Avenue. In 900 feet, turn right.
How do you know it? He's the one who tells us he had 2 eyewitnesses to Trump colluding with the Russians, and he's never produced them. Or ever talked about it since then. So, I think this is really excellent that they're finally fighting back, particularly against probably the most miserable member of Congress, who, by the way, sits on the completely illegitimate January 6th committee. I say illegitimate because it doesn't have a single Republican on it. Well, it does. It has 2 make-believe Republicans on it who were not put on by the Republican majority.
In 800 feet, turn right on East 82nd Street. Left on First Avenue.
Testimony about the 2 police officers who were standing in front of the door who politely left when they were asked to do so by an Antifa member. Nor have I heard the Antifa members identified. Nor have I gotten an explanation as to exactly why, after they heard the word gun, they picked Ashley Babbitt up and presented her like a target to the gun. If you listen to it carefully, you hear the word, you see, not the police officer, because the Antifa member who shot it was very careful not to show us the police officer. But he shows us the gun. We then hear the word gun. The 2 guys trying to bang down the door who had gotten the police to leave. And then 2 other people pick up Ashley Babbitt after hearing the word gun. Now, if they didn't want her to go over the top, they were within striking distance 4 or 5.
In 3/4 of a mile, turn right on East 96th Street.
Whatever their new name team is, offensive linemen who could have pulled it down. And there were about 4 or 5 on the killer side who could have knocked her over and handcuffed her. Alicia was about 5'3", not very big, and didn't have a gun. So an unarmed woman, for questionable reasons, was shot dead when there were numerous other means to suppress her. Think maybe if that were a white cop and a black woman, we'd be still having riots. And why has this committee not investigated it? Because it's not a committee. It's a creature of the Democratic National Committee, and you shouldn't be paying for it. They should. And it has some of the biggest liars in America on the committee. Should. Swalwell. Somebody should ask Swalwell exactly how much money did his Chinese communist girlfriend get out of him. Right? And somebody should demand that Schiff produce the eyewitnesses that he said he had. It's a pretty serious charge trying to flame a president of the United States, even if you don't like him. Now we come to New York, and our mayor, who is disappearing every day. That thing that he wore to whatever gala that was idiotic. The idea that guns commit crimes. While he's doing that, by the way, New Yorkers are getting beaten, killed. I mean, I can't even cover all the crimes every day. Bodegas full of bullets, 1 dead, 2 hurt. Post-pandemic gun toll, twice what it was. Stabbing in Brooklyn among Russians. Not really necessary. Which I always, of course, and thank God I published it, otherwise you wouldn't ever note that, you know. Now, I'm the one who originally published the Comstat figures, and I did it for a specific purpose, to protect us against a Democrat mayor, because Democrat mayors almost always increase crime and almost always screw up cities. They do not know how to run anything because they live in a silly, unrealistic world of used to be called liberalism. I don't know what it is now, socialism. So let's look at crime in New York. Gun violence made a small decline this month. Good. +1. I think it's a few percent. Although it's 2 times what it was before the pandemic. So we can't say he's gotten anywhere and really bringing it down yet. Is it more than under de Blasio? Probably about even. Now we get to the good news. Overall crime is up 35%. That means we have 35% more crime than under de Blasio. Means we have 42% more robbery.
In 1,000 feet, turn right on East 96th Street.
People live at home, and they probably go free. It was 21% up over de Blasio, and burglaries are 40% up over de Blasio. So the city has 35% more crime than under our worst mayor in history. In his article in the Atlantic, he virtually admits that he was the worst mayor in the history of the city. So now, Mayor Law and Order, nightlife Adams, while we're burning, is feasting. He's having great old time. Showing up in outfits, spending his time at night with models and a club that he goes to. I don't know, I'm going to tell you this. The first year that I was mayor, it's hard not to find me in the evening unless there was an event. And even then after the event in the basement, there was an deputy mayor and best friend, and Joe Loda, and Abe Lackman, Bill Bratton.
Turn right on East 96th Street.
We were working on something. I was memorizing the budget, or I was working on crime strategies. The ones that we had already developed, 5-6 months before, and we were refining, and we were on that. We weren't up 35% over Jenkins. If we were, I think they'd have picked me up and threw me out of the city. I didn't get the same treatment that Adams
In half a mile, turn left to FDR Drive North.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, you're the cause of it. You don't hold them to account. Because honestly, you don't give a damn about the people of the city. If you did, you'd be angry. If you did, you'd be angry about those 35% more people that were victims of crime under Mayor Nightlife than under Mayor de Blasio. You'd be angry that he fooled you. And you try to turn them around. That's what you cared about the people. Listen to the faithful and good faith of your pro-Democrat, left-wing, somewhat socialist owners and controllers. Until you change, it's going to be hard to change politicians because most politicians don't give a damn about the public. All they care about is their power, getting reelected, and a lot of them making illegal money. You got to hit them where it hurts. Tell the truth about it. Until you get crime down, they shouldn't invite you to any galas. You should stay home. Figure out how to stop it. When crime goes down, well, we'll be back with a number of more items that we're going to cover, and the mayor's final thoughts and some discussion about tonight's big red carpet event of Mar-a-Lago, the movie that's going to knock your block off. We'll be back in a few minutes. Giuliani on 77 WABC. Hey, did you know that people listen to people that listen to us? On radio, 77 WABC. This is Lydia Report on 77 WABC. Here's Lydia Serrani.
Just as I predicted, the radical left is now weaponizing the Supreme Court leaks to perpetuate their narrative that Republicans are... Here's View host Joy Behar. Not that I'm surprised. You and I were talking before. We're not surprised. We saw this coming. My worry is that this is to gay marriage and maybe Brown versus Board of Education. Yeah. They already eroded our voting rights. So I see fascism down the line here. I don't know. The Brown versus Board of Ed decision ruled that schools must be desegregated. Is she crazy? Yeah. By the way, the draft does not outlaw abortion. It simply states that it's not necessarily a constitutional right, and it should be debated and decided by states like most laws. Something that even Biden supported back in 1982.
Watch out, vehicle on shoulder ahead.
Catholic faith. Lydia Serrani for 77 WABC News.
If your founding fathers really knew what was going on when it comes to our family economy, they'd be rolling over in their graves. Could this be the end of the dollar as we know it? Biden signed an executive order for digital money, and the Democrats are submitting their proposed legislation for a digital dollar. Millions are taking action to protect their savings and retirement. Don't get left behind. You can take action by requesting a free copy of Monetary Goals Protection Guide. You'll learn about the one particular account that all wealthy people have and why you should have one. You'll also learn about the one secret IRS loophole that could literally save you thousands in taxes. Monetary Gold has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Call today, 888-204-2141. That's 888-204-2141. Coming up at 3:55 p.m. Listen to Rudy Giuliani for the Tunnel of on 77 WABC. The views and opinions expressed by the individual hosts and their guests do not necessarily reflect the policies or positions of WABC Radio. In a few minutes, we'll be getting to the calls. Let's just talk about the abortion decision for a few minutes. Of course, it's horrible that it was leaked. I do believe it's the first time the draft opinion was leaked. I'm not sure an actual opinion was ever leaked before it was published. I don't recall.
In 1,000 feet, turn left to FDR Drive North.
It does indicate a real breakdown in respect to rules and for law. Before we decide who did it, I think we should of course, the what's waiting. Let's blame it on the right now. Putting it out. Except if you, they're winning from if something like this is bias, like everybody did, don't you jeopardize this by forcing you know, there's a rule in court where they say ruling for the plaintiff. Let's say you represent the plaintiff. But you got three more great arguments made. Well, you can work on them all night and they were great arguments. A lot of young lawyers go ahead and start making them. They don't remain lawyers for very long because they're told when you win, you say thank you. You put your papers in your briefcase and you walk out of the court. Meaning, if they're winning, shut up. They can set up riots, they can set up legislation, they can try to get a law that legalizes Roe against Wade as a national thing, which by the way would be as unconstitutional as this. But nope. Don't stop Democrats from doing unconstitutional things. I would think they've done more unconstitutional things than constitutional on Friday. And of course, if you try and pressure,
Turn left to FDR Drive North. Take exit 17, I-278, RFK Bridge, Bruckner Expressway, Grand Central Parkway.
More fentanyl deaths than under any American president ever. You realize the record you are setting? The deaths and murder, Biden, and the mega people?
In a quarter of a mile, use the right 2 lanes to exit to I-278 West, Queens, airports.
Are you, I was going to say, are you crazy? I know the answer to that. I knew you guys in 1980.
Exit right to I-278 West, Queens, airports.
This guy's one of the dumbest guys you're ever going to meet, but he's nice. He was right about the first. He's wrong about the second. You're a mean, miserable, unpatriotic, greedy,
Central Parkway. In 1,000 feet, keep left. Keep left to Grand Central Parkway East, LaGuardia Airport. In 2.8 miles, keep left to Grand Central Parkway East. Estimated time in traffic, 9 minutes.
We made sure Russia had javelins and other weapons to strengthen the defenses so Ukraine was ready for whatever happened. Is this pathetic? What have we become? Where's our patriotism? Is there no one in the cabinet that can put the United States ahead of their own power and greed and say, I'm sorry, Mr. Biden, we can't have a demented person in the White House, and we have the 25th Amendment for it. And I took an oath of office not to you, but to the United States of America. And my country is a laughing stock. You're the biggest joke in Europe. I mean, that's crazy. He thinks he gave javelins to the Russians. I don't know, maybe he did. I don't every little thing. Except when every little thing happens 3, 4, 5 times a day. And he said, you know, we all do everything that sick people do, in one way or another. Except we all do it moderately and occasionally. They do it consistently. They turn around and can't figure out who to shake hands with. They forget their wives' names. They forget their Secretary of Defense's name. They tell American troops they're going to go into Ukraine the next day when they're not. Will probably raise their anxiety level 1,000% for no reason. They tell Russia that we're not going to put troops on the ground and then say we're going to send troops in. This is affecting the national security of the United States of America.
In 1,000 feet, use the left 3 lanes to keep left.
Biden family, or any member of the cabinet that recognizes that Joe Biden is suffering from a rather serious case of dementia.
Keep left to Grand Central Parkway
Is
East.
it possible for you to put your caring and love and patriotism ahead of your greed for power or possibly money? Even one?
In 2.6 miles, take exit 12, New York 25, 78th Avenue, Queens Boulevard.
As quickly as humanly possible. Because we are destroying our country. We're destroying our country bit by bit, part by part, piece by piece. And our Republicans don't do any good because they don't have the courage to stand up to you and do what you would do to us, and that is articles of impeachment. I take every one of those damn things you said, probably 150. I put them in articles of impeachment. And I'd say if they don't want to get you out on the 25th Amendment, I'm sorry. We can't have a guy without a brain in the White House. I don't care what Harris is like. That's not even a legitimate argument for the Constitution. Whatever Harris is, it looks bad. She's not committed. So let's go to Joe in Whitestone. Hi, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I met Andrew up here in Whitestone, and he is a terrific young man. I wish him all the best. He got my vote. What I wanted to say is we have a nickname for him, the Mayor Nightlight, but how does the Black Jimmy Walker sound? Well, you know, Jimmy Walker had to get thrown out for corruption. What do you think? You think that might happen with Adams? But then they said that he was a very flamboyant dresser, you know, so I thought he also has a big deal with the homeless operator who was born. Adams took contributions for him and helped him put in his biggest homeless operation, which turned out to be a living disaster. And Adams made a good deal of money with it, but nobody's investigating that. I don't know, he comes from the Brooklyn Democratic machine. I gotta tell you, when you tell me Brooklyn Democratic machine, having been the most prolific prosecutor probably of the last 50 years, it just raises, I'm not gonna say certainty, but concern. He sure is a liar. I mean, a tremendous The plane clothes in and they puts them in uniform. And now they're giving out traffic tickets. So let's go to Mark in Staten Island. Hello? Hi, Mark. Yes, how you doing? I'm sorry. What is Giuliani, Mark? Talk about... How you doing? I want to talk about Uncle Joe. See, he couldn't make it in vaudeville. He would have been one of those guys they pull off the stage with the hook. But he couldn't make it in used car salesman. The used car salesman checked him out, too. So we became politics. You know, we should do one of those late night things with a little routine of him being taken off. That'd be funny. But go ahead. Mark? This is ancestor Jacob Schiff, you know? I don't know who his ancestor is. His ancestors were coal miners for thousands of years. That's what he said once. Then it turned out he had nobody who'd ever worked in a coal mine, except one uncle who was a... You know, there's no way to know if anything he says is true, because before he became demented, he was a beyond pathological liar, graduated first in his class. I was told by his law school classmate he was the dumbest kid at Syracuse Law School, and that he cheated his way through. This is the guy who liked him. This is the guy who still supports him. He still tells the truth. I think he will. Everybody knows Joe is, you know... I'm not sure I know anybody. So now let's go to Sam in Woodside.
Hi, Rudy. How are you? Anyway, the Democrats legalize corruption. That's their Constitution or their Bill of Rights or whatever it is. Everything they do is corrupt, but it's legal. Okay, now I want to talk about something optimistic. I think that Trump should take Elon Musk as his vice president.
Whoa! I like that.
Okay, I'll tell you what else you'll like. Judge Janine Pirro as the, what is she? What is it? What is she now?
Well, she's on television, but she was a judge and DA.
Right, got it. Attorney General. Keep Pompeo. Take this guy on before you. Make him the Secretary of Defense. Make Donald Trump.
Like him.
That's the UN. Yeah, the U.S. and the UN.
In 1,000 feet, use the right lane to exit right.
Your son is probably going to China. And, straighten that out. You can straighten out Ukraine. They trust you. I don't know about China, but at least your son is honest. That's a novelty. Let's see, what else?
Why don't we elect a sub-governor?
Let him, because the whole...
Exit right to exit 12, New York 25, 78th Avenue, Queens Boulevard.
His new girlfriend, she's going to be the new Charlene McCraney de Blasio. She's going to take the Board of Education for about $1 billion. He's going to...
Wait. Why can't my son Andrew do for New York State what I did for New York City?
No, let him. I think China is a bigger threat. I think you have a lot of New York State people, running for New York State who are actually good. Okay, your son is good, but...
Name one who would have the guts.
In 800 feet, keep left to Grand Central Parkway East, Eastern Long Island.
And not care what the press says. Name one who could start reducing crime on day one. That was his dad helping a little. I can guarantee you in 2 months, We've straightened out
In 400
crime.
feet,
And by the way,
keep
Brad
left to
could be
Grand
gone on
Central
day
Parkway
one. You
East,
want Brad
Eastern
gone on
Long
day one?
Island.
You know, he's typical of the corrupt Democrat. I want all the Democrats gone on day one, not just Brad.
You start with one, and the rest come along. Maybe two, maybe three. I did this before, my friend. I reduced crime 65%. That's more than any mayor in history. That's more than any mayor.
In a quarter of a mile, use the right 2 lanes to keep right to exit 13, I-678 South Van Wyck Expressway toward Kennedy Airport.
If we pass him up, we pass up our one opportunity to reform this state. Because he's got the guts to do it. So, we're going to have to take a short break, and we'll be back
In
with the
1,000
mayor's
feet,
final
keep right, then keep right.
Rudy Giuliani Show. Coming up at 5 a.m. on the set.
Keep right, then use the right 2 lanes to keep right to exit 13, I-678 South Van Wyck Expressway toward Kennedy Airport.
It is in our national interest and security interest that Ukraine comes out on top. WABC Early News, 5 a.m. weekday morning on 77 WABC. After 9/11, Saul Martinez couldn't wait to enlist as an Army infantryman by a projectile improvised.
Use the 678 South Van Wyck Expressway toward Kennedy Airport.
Thanks to the kindness of friends like you, Saul now lives in a smart home from the Tunnel to Towers Foundation because he has a place to live independently, even with the severe physical challenges that are part of his life. That's the gift you give to heroes like Saul through Tunnel to Towers. Your generosity empowers heroes to focus on their new mission. For Saul, that purpose is inspiring fellow veterans, my kids and everyone around. Time to time, but I strive every day that no one will ever see like Saul. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org. The 77 WABC online store. Hey, it's Joe Biscopo. Go to WABC Radio Store.
Estimated time in traffic, 14 minutes.
WABC merchandise from t-shirts and hats to jackets and bags. Enter discount code JOE15 for 15% off your purchase at WABC Radio Store. So many WABC items. You want to go to WABCRadiostore.com. And now, ready, it's time for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation Mayor's Final Thoughts.
This is Rudy Giuliani, and yes, I'm back with you with the mayor's final thoughts, brought to you by the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. That's the wonderful, wonderful organization that takes care of our uniformed service members who die in the line of duty or are catastrophically injured. They take care of their homes, they take care of the mortgages, and then they build specialized smart homes for those who don't have the use of their limbs and other faculties. Now, how could you do anything better than that? $11 a month. Tonight I'm going to go see 2,000 murals at Mar-a-Lago at the premiere. Yesterday I interviewed the courageous, brilliant producer, director of it, Dinesh D'Souza. Not my first time interviewing. I've known Dinesh for many, many years and have admired him for many, many years. If you have a chance, go on RudyGiulianiCS.com right now and listen to it. It'll give you an idea of what it's about. I deliberately don't tell you the ending. I didn't watch the ending. I watched snippets. I haven't seen the whole thing. I'll see the whole thing tonight. I didn't watch the ending on purpose. I think I know the ending. It is a story I probably know more about than not everybody, but almost everybody. If this doesn't affect America, if this doesn't get beyond, I don't know what
you want to call us, the right-wing media, the truth media, whatever we are, you know, the ones other than the Washington Post, personalized constantly, the New York Times, NBC, ABC, CBS, all the ones that hit the podcast, called me a Russian agent and haven't apologized. I see Mac Isaacs is suing Shifty Schiff for calling him a Russian agent. I'm thinking about it. I have the bigger burden. I got to prove maliciousness. It's pretty easy to prove maliciousness with Schiff. How many things did he lie about? I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. I have a whole file on Schiff lies. It's like, takes up like almost a cabinet. So, I want you to please pay attention to this movie. I wanted to get over the transom, over the weekend, a left-wing person, nice person, asked me, you know, about stolen election and election fraud. And I explained that in the state of Pennsylvania, they counted 700,000 votes without allowing a Republican to see a single piece of paper, and they put the Republicans behind barbed wire. Never before in history did that happen. They also used the same type of fencing in Pittsburgh, in Detroit, in Milwaukee, in Maricopa County, and in Atlanta, Georgia. I said that can't be a coincidence that they all decided to put the Republicans behind barbed wire and not allow them to see a single piece of paper unless there was something wrong with the paper. Namely, phony ballots filled out with attachments of registration. I also had a witness in Detroit who explained to me that the Democratic Party of Detroit, she was Democrat, told her to do this, and she turned them in because she's a Catholic and she felt guilty. I had 8 other witnesses who said the same thing. So I said to the person, if you think I'm crazy about election fraud, would you like to look at the evidence? You want to see the testimony, you want to see the documents, you want to see the videotape of the barbed wire, and you want to see the court order that allowed Pam Bondi and I've forgotten who else was with her to come in and look. And the sheriff in Philadelphia wouldn't let her do it for 2 hours. You know what they said to me? No. It's all lies. How do you feel? As a lawyer, you know, I dealt with facts. I had a facts and persuasion, issues using common sense with evaluate. If I had a fact that was a piece of junk, suppose I pulled it out and I showed her, and I said 700,000, and the number was really 7,000. Or suppose I pulled it out and there were no pictures of the census. Or suppose I pulled it out and the witness didn't say she was taught to take phony registrations and attach them to non-existent voters. In other words, votes that were produced by machines of 1,000.
In 3.5 miles, keep right to I-678 South, Kennedy Airport.
Things like 7,000 people in Pittsburgh showed up who had already voted but didn't because their names were used. Or how about 68,000 people under the age of 18 who voted in Georgia who didn't vote? Their names were picked out because they were in the motor vehicle record, and they figured nobody would check. The movie focuses on one thing, and that is the stuffing of the boxes by 400,000 illegal votes, and shows it to you. Maybe, this will cut through the iron curtain of censorship. Please, guys, God bless America. Tomorrow morning, get up and say, thank God I'm an American. I'll talk to you tomorrow, and maybe we will have cracked through by tomorrow. That's it. miles from a short woman, and I got the biggest kick out of it. I heard Joan in her daughter's voice, Rosie, your mom would have loved this post and been so proud of you. Enjoyed every minute of it, and what a perfect time, because we all saw Joan Rivers right at the Oscars when that little incident happened with the slot that people are still talking about.
Absolutely, my running joke has been she would have said thank you for the news. Because there's so much material.
Download all of Red Apple Media podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. Talk Radio 77 WABC Radio is proud to celebrate 100 years. From October 1st, 1921, to music radio to talk radio, crown jewel, worldwide and beyond. And WLIR-FM, Hampton Bays. From around the world to around the block, this is a WABC 77-second news update. 61 degrees, partly cloudy at 4 o'clock, 77 WABC time check. Sponsored by the Watchers. Good afternoon, I'm Bob Brown. It was touch and go for a while in a Lyndhurst, New Jersey neighborhood after a man barricaded himself in a house with his mother. The events unfolding late yesterday afternoon on Thomas Avenue as cops responded to a call about an emotionally disturbed man. Residents were on lockdown. Kids were held back for a time from getting to school today. By early this afternoon, the standoff ended peacefully. Conditions at Rikers Island may be worse than previously thought. Serena Townsend was head of investigating and prosecuting staff misconduct in New York City's jails until she was dismissed when Eric Adams took office. In an interview with the website Hellgate, she says, "You see corruption in a lot of different places on Rikers." She says you have a lot of good people with good intentions coming onto the job who aren't strong enough to resist the temptations and the toxicity of the culture that lives on Rikers Island. U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts has called for an investigation into the leak of the draft overturned. Roberts adding it's not a final opinion. The Federal Reserve intensified its drive to curb the worst inflation in 4 years by raising its benchmark short-term interest rate by a sizable half percentage point to 1%. Mets down 7-1 to the Braves in the 7th. Yanks and Blue Jays tonight. Coming up, post-Nervy's rush hour on 77 WABC. The forecast in the Ramsey Mazda Weather Center cloudy tonight. Lows in the mid-50s. Tomorrow mostly sunny. High near 70. Right now, partly sunny outside the Midtown Manhattan studio. 77 WABC time. Sponsored by the Watchers. Discover finely crafted timepieces available at Macy's. Traffic and transit next. I'm Bob Brown. Remember the news, I should say, never stops at WABCRadio.com. WABC Traffic and Transit. Okay, on the Brooklyn to Bell Parkway, we have stop and go westbound between Knapp Street, exit 9, and Bay Parkway. That is exit 5. On the Bruckner stop and go, the I-95 across Bronx Bruckner northbound between East Tremont Avenue and the Siraj Neck Bridge Expressway. Checking the bridges and tunnels at this hour. The GWE right now, inbound upper. There is a crash blocking all lanes under the apartments. Traffic is being detoured to 178th Street and the Henry Hudson Parkway. 60 to 90-minute delays. Also 60 to 90-minute delays on the lower level. I'm Bob Brown through 77 WABC Traffic and Transit Update. in the day. We're going to discuss Dave Chappelle filming his latest special from Netflix when some wackadoodle attacked him on the stage. The guy was carrying a knife, as well as a gun. He's been arrested. And, of course, Chris Rock very quickly had a funny, who was in attendance, had a funny line. Was that Will Smith? There is a story that is not going to get a whole lot of attention. It should. This story is in the Daily Mail today. George Soros, President Obama, and all European governments are behind an anti-Musk campaign. Now, isn't this interesting? We've got all these groups, dark money groups, like George Soros' Open Society Foundation, and these non-governmental organizations where they did Clinton and Obama. All of them have gotten together with labor unions and with government in Europe to try to take Elon Musk down. Why? Why? What is the threat? And some of these groups, the letter that they sent, one of the organizational letters, is written on letterhead from Media Matters. Media Matters, of course, I don't even want to get into describing what and who they are. Some of the groups that are
In 900 feet, you'll arrive.
I do wonder how these white supremacist lawmakers, that's what she's calling lawmakers in America.
You want to be close to airline or anywhere?
Right up
You've
here.
arrived at your destination.
On the number 1 here is great.
Yeah, sure. You have something in the back. Thank you choosing us. I'm going to give you a 1,000,000 star. Have a safe flight. Good luck. Take care.
This is from the actress, Amanda Duarte. This is a quote of her tweet. The effing word, you know what that word is. I can't say that word on the air here. But this is what she put on Twitter today. I almost want to get pregnant with Trump's baby. And then let it get to full term. Just so I can rip it halfway out and cut it fucking head off. That is the American left today. That's the Hollywood left. First, she makes jokes about black men raping little white girls to make them pregnant just to get at their fathers and parents, and then this. This is what Hollywood considers enlightened. A former CBS abortion reporter, she did the abortion beat for CBS, she quit a while back so she can speak freely about abortion. And this is what she said in her tweet. Dismantled. A big party thank you to everyone who said I was overreacting by saying this couldn't happen. Isn't a told you so tweet. This is you better listen when I tell you birth control and virtually everything else is next. These aren't hypotheticals. Your rights are on the line next. Wasn't too long ago, she was writing for and reporting for CBS. Objective reporter. Huh? Kate Smith is her name. Okay, Vice, the website Vice, has doubled down on its promotion. What are they promoting? They are promoting a do-it-yourself abortion medicine. And guess what it is? It's a medicine that's used on horses. Now, you might remember Joe Rogan, the name. You might remember hearing about ivermectin, which a lot of people say works and have experienced working. I'm not a doctor, I'm not urging, I'm just telling you, reporting what I have read or heard directly from people who have taken it. And so this other thing is misoprostol, and it's easy to acquire from veterinary sources, in addition to medically inducible abortion. Guys are putting that out. Now, including the Twitter banned them. You can't say that, you can't say that, you can't say that, you can't say that. Did they say, oh my goodness, here's this magazine promoting a medicine for abortion. We can't allow that to happen on our platform. No, they let it go. And Vice is doubling down. Now, of course, at the time when people started talking about ivermectin, CNN, all these outlets, leftist outlets, went completely nuts. How dare you? How dare you? What kind of nuts they went at when President Trump started talking about hydroxychloroquine. Yep, here you go now. We have Vice's motherboard Twitter account linking to an anti-abortion medicine that's used for horses, and it's okay. James Golden, Talk Radio 77. Bo Snerdley's Rush Hour continues right after this.
It's the Rush Hour with Bo Snerdley on 77 WABC. WABC, traffic and transit. On Long Island and Jericho, Nassau County, traffic slow. Expressway eastbound between exit 40 and Jericho Turnpike. And North Hempstead, slow traffic on the Northern State eastbound between Route 25, Jericho Turnpike, and routes 106, 107. That's at exit 35. Lake Success, the usual volume. Northern State eastbound between the Grand Central and Willis Avenue. Traffic backing up there. Taking a glance at transit right now.
In 300 feet, use the right lane to turn right. Turn right on 148th Street.
F and Metropolitan Avenue bound M trains are getting back on schedule after a signal problem at Broadway, Lafayette Street. In the Bronx, southbound D trains running with major delays after police activity regarding an MTA employee who was assaulted at 167th Street. I'm Bob Brown with your 77 WBC traffic.
In 3/4 of a mile, turn left on North Conduit Avenue.
Visit their state-of-the-art showroom with modern amenities you'll love to make your Stop in today and get impressive offers on their entire Mazda lineup, like the new Mazda CX-5, loaded with technology. One of the best small SUVs, and the Mazda CX-9 with plenty of room and power. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. Visit their new state-of-the-art showroom on Route 17 North in Bergen County.
Ciao, ciao, Bella, ciao, ciao, Bella, ciao, ciao. Bella, ciao, ciao, Bella, ciao, 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 Bella, ciao, ciao. Coffee to go.
George Schwartz, Rachel Hall.
כן, מה קורה?
מ-21 בבוקר עד ה-25.
רגע, אני אעצור בצד, רק שנייה, אני אעצור בצד, אני אבדוק גם את הקלנדר. אני בתחנת דלק בזה, במה שנקרא ב-JFK. אז רגע, נעצור בצד. אז מה אמרנו?
דירה D מה-20 עד ה-25.
רגע, אני רשם.
ביולי.
ביולי. אוקיי, 120-25, אוקיי. ביולי, ג'ולי. אוקיי, 120 עד 25 דירה D. אבל יש את דליה, אמרת לי משהו עם דליה בדירה D.
היא בינתיים אמרה לי, דיברתי איתה אתמול, רציתי שהיא תיתן דמי קדימה, היא עוד לא החליטה סופית.
אז בסדר, אז מרחל, את יודעת כמה אנשים, איך קוראים להם?
כן, תרשום דובי.
דובי.
או, קוראים להם ככה, סליחה.
רשמתי מרחל בינתיים.
אלמה, ישראלים. אלמה.
כן.
אלמה ויינברג, W-E-I-B W-E-I-N-B-R-E-N וייברן.
כן.
2.
כן.
במספר הטלפון 050 541 9147. זה חברים של חברים.
אוקיי, אמרנו 120 לשביעי, עד מתי? מתי הם עוזבים?
121 עד ה-25.
עוזבים ב-25.
כן, בלילה.
כן. עכשיו אמרת 20 או 21?
20.
20, אוקיי. בסדר, רשמתי.
או, רגע, לא, היא אמרה לי טיוזדי, 21, סליחה, 20. 22,
Tuesday זה 19.
25. 5 ימים. בגלל שהם רוצים לעזוב ב-25 בלילה, הטיסה שלהם ב-11, הם יחליטו, אז הם ישלמו גם את ה-25.
אז 21 ליום חמישי, זה יום חמישי, אוקיי.
לא, 21 היא אמרה לי יום שלישי.
יום שלישי זה ה-19.
אז מה היא אמרה לי טיוזדיי?
אולי התכוונה להגיד Thursday, כאילו יום חמישי.
אוקיי, אז 21 עד ה-25 בכל אופן. הם באים מאיזה מקום באמריקה, משהו.
עכשיו, בכל מקרה, צריכים לקחת את דירה C, מישהו עשה בוק, את יודעת, יבוא ביום שישי, קוראים לו בלייק, one guest two night, בלייק. Airbnb.
דירה C, אז אפשר גם לנקות אותה מחר בבוקר.
כן, בסדר.
אוקיי, מחר בבוקר אני אשלח את רובי למעלה לנקות, והדירה C מנוקה ומסודרת.
לא, דירה C צריכים לנקות, דירה D נקייה ומסודרת, כן.
דירה D נקייה, סליחה.
כן, אוקיי, טוב, אני צריך ללכת פה לתחנת דלק, אז נדבר, בסדר, אוקיי, כל טוב.
אוקיי, אתה רואה, לקחתי מהם $200 כל לילה.
אז זה כמה שצריך לקחת. אוקיי, ראיתי, תקנו שם את המשהו, אני יודע, על יד הזה שלך, תקנו את ה... מישהו תקנו.
כן, החליפו דלתות.
כי היה מאוד מסוכן כזה, את יודעת.
כן.
כאילו אפשר לדרוך ליפול למטה או משהו. אוקיי, נדבר, אני חייב לרוץ של שירותים, כל טובית.
לא, אוקיי, רק רציתי להגיד לך מההתחלה, אתה יודע מה שאמרת.
כמובן. אני גם אגיד לדוד, את יודעת.
כן, תגיד גם לדוד.
אני גם אעדכן, יש לנו קלנדר כזה מיוחד, שאנחנו מעדכנים אחד את השני, את יודעת.
אוקיי, עכשיו תגיד לי רגע, יש לך תמונות יפות או לדוד לשלוח להם?
אני אבדוק, לדירה D, כן, אנחנו נבדוק.
תבדוק בינך לבין דוד, איזה תמונות יותר יפות יש לשלוח.
כן.
כי דוד עשה תמונות יפות.
בסדר, אני אשאל אותו.
אז יש לך את המספר טלפון, אתה יכול להתקשר איתם בוואטסאפ?
נתאם איתם, בסדר, אבל יש עוד כמה חודשים, אז יש זמן.
בסדר,
אוקיי, כל טוב.
כל טוב.
Quick coffee or something. Bella, ciao, Bella, ciao. next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
Expanded child care subsidies. We're supposed to pay expanded subsidies for your child? I tell you something, we have a long way to go in this to get our country back. Because this is not the mentality that made America a great nation. James Golden, a.k.a. Snowden, Long Stories Rush Hour. We are coming back. We're going to take the call. That's all. It's the Rush Hour with Lois Merlin.
In 900 feet, use the left 2 lanes to keep left to I-678 north. Keep left to I-678 north through Bandwick Expressway. In 900 feet, use the left 2 lanes to keep left to I-678 north through Bandwick Expressway toward Bronx.
Or any kind of real estate. You know, like most Americans, pretty much in disbelief with what's going on in the world. As we all know, global problems are having local consequences. Too many of them. And if the peanut butter really hits the fan, are you ready? Grocery store supply chains are only as strong as their weakest link. Don't wait for them to break. Now's the time to secure emergency food for everyone in
Keep
your
left
family.
to I-678 north through Bandwick Expressway toward Bronx.
Preparedness company. Our special packaged and delicious food stays fresh for up to 25 years in storage. It'll be there. Now, and pick up several emergency food kits. There are a dozen different sizes that average over 2,000 calories per day. Our food kits will ship quickly and discreetly to your door. Having food storage in your home beats government food lines hands down. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com today and prepare for what's coming. MyPatriotSupply.com. Radio 27 WABC. This is The Rush Hour with Lois Merlin. Oh, Stevie, still on your alarm. 1979 release. This was, I believe, on the Musicarian album. No. Anyway, Bob, I asked Bob Brown to come in because I was listening to the traffic reports. Bob, you said there's an hour and a half at the bridge, the George Washington.
6290 inbound. Upper and lower. Now there was a crash earlier. That's now been cleared, so that's the good news. But right now, inbound 60 to 90 at the bridge. Outbound heavy. The alternate bridges on tunnels, Lincoln, and you have the Holland Tunnel up there, the usual delays, nothing major there. If it helps to go to those crossings, then maybe you can try to head over there if you're not starting that. That right now, that's the deal via George Washington, bridge 60 to 90. But the accident that caused all this has now been cleared.
That was under the apartment.
That was under the apartment, so it should start to get better. It's not going to happen in 15, 20 minutes. But it sounds like the worst part of that should be over, and just hopefully we'll get a little bit better as we get towards another rush hour.
Well, if you're on Route 80 and you're sitting in traffic in Route 80, or if you're on Route 4 and you're back up there near Inglewood,
If you're on Route 4, get off to the local steakhouse. There's got to be one or two there, right? If you're in Hackensack, go downtown, do a little something, right? Yeah, right? You can get up there if you're heading towards the bridge. Yeah, I'm sure you have got these Hackensack. What, you said 80, right? Right. Look at Hackensack.
Estimated time in traffic 9 minutes. In 2.8 miles. Keep left to exit 10. Ramp set.
Just like right now, I'm not getting home for another 2 hours. She just put a full ass of the news, and she was right. To sacrifice that kind of time, I'll get a cup of coffee, get something to eat. That's what I used to do.
That makes sense.
It does. Not everyone does it, because, it's just going to take you. But if you wait it out,
then you just leave home.
Then you
or wherever you go.
At 9:30.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. Okay, let's hit the telephones. And, where do we start? We've got so many. Let us start with Liz in Manhattan. How are you, Liz?
Hi there. Really, abortion is the basically for murder. There's no other way to put it. I mean, it's still killing. And there are certain extenuating circumstances, such as rape. But how do we know that? And I just think that it's self-control. People forget about self-control now. How about I was brought up in the 50s, and that's what we did. Self-control. You know, in the area.
Liz, if you grew up back then and you were what I grew up, we had to work for it. You know what I mean? We sometimes, and it was really difficult. It wasn't just, let's look up, and that's that. Now, let me just say this. Anything you're saying about abortion being murder, I think that surrounds that. We have to persuade. For some reason, this is, we're supposed to call it their sacrament. Abortion is, and they view it just like a religious sacrament. But we have to persuade most of the country to what your position, and not me, which is, look, we can solve most of these issues with self-control, with restraint, with individual responsibility, and we can severely change our society. You can't call people murderers and then say, by the way, let me try to persuade you not to be a murderer. It's got to be a different tact in this. And I'm not criticizing what you're saying. I'm just saying we need to figure out how to communicate our ideas so it's not as if we are alienating the people to persuade. That's my point.
I just wanted to say that to you.
Yeah, and believe me, I hear you. Because it is life. That's what we're talking about. Life. And guess what? Human beings may be able to manipulate life, but human beings still can't create life. There is only one creator, and it's not us. Let us go to Jim in Long Island. Hi, Jim. Welcome to WABC Talk Radio 77.
Hi, James. I just wanted to point out one of the reasons these interest rates are so important isn't just because it affects the consumer's ability to borrow money and buy things. We have a $30 trillion debt. We have paid interest on that debt. So we hit $30 trillion roughly February 15th. In the past 10 weeks, it's gone up to almost 30.5 trillion. And that's at very low interest rates. If you had to pay even 5% interest on a $30 trillion debt, that's $1.5 trillion a year just in interest.
Wow.
Okay? And our interest, our debt is exploding. And this is why our debt, the national, this doesn't include state debt and local debt. Okay? So even if it remains as it is now, James, by the time Biden left office, at its current rate of growth, without increasing interest on the national debt, we're going to be at about $38 trillion by the time he leaves office, if he doesn't add more debt to it.
And they are going to add more debt to it, unless we get through the midterms in there and we're able to put the brakes on it. If we successfully win the House, we can put the brakes on it. Jim, you're amazing. Thank you for the call. Stay in touch with us, please. Let us go to Billy in Bensonhurst. Hi, Billy. Welcome, WABC.
Hi, James. Happy to be on. I want to tell you that you are one of the greatest
broadcasters I've ever heard. Of course, you have Rush Limbaugh material, but you have a great smooth voice, great interviewer, I love your taste in music. Keep it up, and you really need 2 hours, not 1 hour, 2 consecutive hours a day.
Thank you for the call. Call us back, Sammy, Howard Beach, WABC, you're on Rush Hour. Those service Rush Hour. What's on your mind this afternoon?
First of all, you do have a great voice, and thank you for having me. I'd be very disappointed if any of the justices changed their opinion because of the pressure. And it's been alluded early on the Bernie and Sid show that there's still a possibility that one of these or more justices may change their opinion, that this is not written in stone. And I would really be disappointed if anyone changed their mind because of the political pressure from the left.
Okay, now, the reason that Bernie and Sid, and I can say this without even talking to them, the reason that they said that was not to put it out there that they want that to happen, but because it's true. The first draft, the way that this works, their deliberations, after they hear arguments, the justices have an internal vote. We think that we kind of think this is where it's going to all end up. And then someone gets to write the majority opinion, and if there's a dissenting opinion, it will come out who's going to write the dissenting opinion. Now, it has happened in the past that before, by the time that they reach the final draft, things have changed. Sometimes, and I don't know how rarely or not, but sometimes a justice or two can get persuaded to go another way. Now, here's what I think is hysterically funny in all of this. Do you know who they're trying to get to change? Do you know who they're going after, Sammy?
Kavanaugh.
Yeah, the guy that they trashed, the guy that they totally destroyed, tried to destroy his reputation, destroy his name, destroy his family. They tried to just politically murder him. That's what they try to do. And now they're on their hands and knees and DVDs saying, oh, can we please, maybe we can get Kavanaugh to come on our side. Maybe we can get Kavanaugh. Cap as firm as can be. This is like karmic payback well for everything that the Democrats have done. And I understand that. These are life and death issues. And when I hear some of the Democrats cavalierly suggest that this is just sort of, it's all about their convenience, and they're totally dismissive of the actual concept of life, I find it distressing. But there's a lot of karma happening here. James Golden with you here. We are back tomorrow. By the way, the Ferry Bucks won against the Lexington Legends. Okay, the Ferry Bucks won. May God bless and protect each and every one of you and your families. James Golden, a.k.a. Snow, we're back tomorrow with Buzz Daly's Rush Hour 4 o'clock. Make sure you're here with us. Bye.
Intensified its drive to curb the worst inflation in 40 years by raising its benchmark short-term interest rate by a sizable half a percentage to 1%, the highest point since pre-pandemic stroke 2 years ago. A Manhattan federal judge has let New York proceed with its plans to move June congressional and state senate primaries to August and asked the State Board of Elections to seek approval from an Albany federal judge. U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts calling for an investigation into the leak of the draft for Roe v. Wade to be overturned. Roberts adding it's not a final opinion. Leading Dave Chappelle was tackled during a performance at the Hollywood Bowl last night. Security guards then overpowered the attacker, who was taken by ambulance from the scene. Chappelle was able to continue his performance. Coming up, Cats at Night on 77 WABC. Your forecaster, Ramsey Mazda, weather centered cloudy tonight, low 56. Thursday, mostly sunny, warmer, high near 70. Right now, cloudy skies, or I should say partly cloudy skies outside the 77 WABC Midtown Manhattan Studios. 77 WABC time check, 5:02, sponsored by Global Watchers. Discover finely crafted timepieces available at Macy's. Traffic and transit is next. Remember, the news never stops at WABCRadio.com. WABC. Inbound upper earlier crash under the apartments has been cleared. Still, we have 45 to an hour delay. Also 45 to an hour delay on the lower level. Outbound, very heavy delays. Open-side parking rules suspended for today. 277 WABC traffic and transit update.
Great to join you. Any day today.
So what's the latest breaking news? I know you've got, if anybody's got some breaking news, is the stock market.
Use the right two lanes to keep right to exit 10W. I-495 West for Midtown Tunnel, Manhattan. Use the right two lanes to keep right to exit 10W. I-495 West for Midtown Tunnel, Manhattan. Keep right to exit NW. I-495 West for Midtown Tunnel, Manhattan. In 900 feet, use the left two lanes to keep left at I-495 West for Midtown Tunnel, Manhattan. Keep left at I-495 West for Midtown Tunnel, Manhattan.
Yeah, John, the other thing is, I've said it very, very clearly, that inflation, we have two choices. We open up North America and bring down the price of oil, which is simple, because there's no reason for oil to be $110 a barrel. It should be 55, 60, 65. Or if the president is stubborn, doesn't want to bring down the price of oil, then the Fed has to raise interest rates, which is stupid because if you raise interest rates enough, you're going to hurt the real estate market. So Joe Biden is going to get the reputation of killing the real estate market.
Yeah, no, you're right. You called this weeks ago. I remember we were having this conversation a month or two ago, right on the money. They're going to go down and we're going to have stagflation. He's repeating Jimmy Carter's mistake all over again.
For no reason at all. All he has to do is turn on the oil spigot in North America.
That's right. Such an easy fix.
Well, we got John Durham, we got the price of inflation, the market is up 1,000 points. What else do you have for us today?
Well, we'll throw in a little lawsuit. Why not give the lawyers a little action here today? This morning, the famous Delaware computer repairman who found the Hunter Biden laptop, who gave it to the FBI because he thought that was his civic duty to do so. And then he was maligned as a Russian disinformation artist. Well, he's decided to strike back. He sued several news organizations today for libel and defamation, and that story is getting a lot of attention today. It's so hard to almost remember that. Like myself, or you were called a disinformation. John.
Any idea yet who's behind the Supreme Court leak? Have you heard anything?
Oh, that's the Watergate mystery of the month here in Washington. Listen, it's always hard to do. Who would have thought that Bob Woodward's source deep throat would have been the FBI deputy director? Right? You just never know who did this yet. I think we're going to have to wait and let it play out. We know for certain, from the reporting we've done, this was clearly leaked in an effort to try to change the emerging consensus on the court. This was a clear effort at trying to politicize the thing, put political pressure on someone. Who did it? We don't know yet. There's not any good suspects out in the public realm yet, and I suspect the court will be...
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
Question. You may know the answer, you may not.
In half a mile, use the left 3 lanes to keep left.
Court that was just appointed by Biden, is she oversitting? And is her people...
Yeah, that is a question we've been asking, John. It's a great question, but we have the same idea that she's the newest person to this dynamic, with some of her people being involved. We've not been able to get answers from the Supreme Court yet. They said, hey, wait for the investigation. But we're going to keep asking that question until we find out for the American public. It's a really good question.
I think that we'll end this interview on that note.
Keep left to I-495 west toward Midtown Tunnel,
Because if we haven't had a
Manhattan.
problem for the last 20 years, decades, more
Daniel.
John
In
Solomon,
1.5
thank you so
miles,
much, and God
take
bless
exit
you.
15,
Keep
Van
fighting
Dam
for our
Street.
country because we want our kids and grandkids.
Goddamn Street. Van Dam Street.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Tinapaya. Exclamation.
I don't know what the answer is. Maybe Mr. McCarthy should know the last one too. He's got proof sitting already, and could that be a leak? Who knows? And the other thing that he brought up, that Trump got 22 victories, I think. That isn't true. Somebody asked me at lunch today, and I said, who has the ability You're right. And now who we have on?
You hit the nail on the head.
In half a mile, use the right 2 lanes to exit right.
We have Andrew McCarthy on the line. Mr. McCarthy, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you?
The ultimate question, fine.
Mr. McCarthy, maybe you know the answer. Is the new justice sitting already, and does she have access to all the information?
The new justice is not sitting. She should not have access. She's not on the court until Justice Breyer formally
Maybe they want to brief her, no?
What about her transition team?
Exit right to exit
There's no
15.
reason to brief
Van Dam
somebody
Street.
on something that it's not. There is no transition team. There's no. The reason there's a transition in presidential administrations, and Pete King knows a lot more about this than I do, is because the executive branch is so sprawling. Security that we have a smooth transition of the people who have those responsibilities, that it actually is a process. When a new justice comes on the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, it's not really comparable, so there's no reason she needs to be in anything.
The only thing we ask is what changed in the last 30 days versus what was for the last 20, 30 years. Judge Weinberg in the studio?
Andy, it's Richard Weinberg. I read your column. I thought it was an excellent column, and I think it's absolutely reprehensible. Whoever leaked that information has done more harm to the integrity of the Supreme Court and to belief in our institutions in a time where we're being divisive, we need to be brought together. And I think your suggestion was absolutely correct, which is they should get the decision out before this becomes a political warfare and people are intimidated and there's a threat of violence.
And Judge, what do you think about the fact that President Biden and Kamala
Turn
Harris have
left, then use the right 2 lanes to keep right to Borden Avenue. Estimated time in traffic, 8 minutes.
What I've been thinking about is this is like the public version of an obvious obstruction of justice. And think about what would happen if a judge in a trial said to the jury, you know that rule we have about how you're not supposed to discuss this matter with anyone else except the other jurors and only when you deliberate? We're going to waive that here. So when you go home tonight, talk to whoever you want about it, talk to your spouse, talk to your kids, read up on it, do your own English research.
the left lane to keep left at I-495 West, Queens Midtown Tunnel, left lane.
Midtown Tunnel. Somebody had a punch
In 1.3 miles, keep left to downtown, 34th to 35th Streets, 2nd Avenue. In 1.2 miles, keep left to downtown, 34th to 35th Streets, 2nd Avenue.
say they got a 5% raise last year. Well,
Use the right lane to keep right to 3rd Avenue, West. Then turn right on East 35th Street.
They go into debt. And this leads to greater economic disparity and inequality. So, you know, although stimulus packages, I think, were designed to, you know, people in a lot of these communities, I think it's having a...
Turn right on East 35th Street.
Mrs. Big King, you know, you're a legal expert. How much is crime having an impact, though, in the Hispanic community? You know, the breakdown...
Turn right on East 35th Street.
Especially in New York City.
I mean, it's common sense, right? The politics that we've seen in big cities and urban centers around the country have led to dramatic increases in violent crimes. I mean, I think I saw a stat the other day in New York City alone, major crimes are up 41% from last year. 41% in a year from last year, this year. This, as we know, Hispanics are largely centered in urban centers in big cities. So this increase in crime has a disproportionate impact on Hispanics and other minority groups in these areas. Not just minorities.
No, absolutely. And I think I wanted to add to what you said earlier. The crime, when you have these inner city neighborhoods that tend to be poor, they're not serviced by the landmarks, the larger food chains, or now because of the crime, those are closing, you're going to bring back people.
In 700 feet, turn left on Lexington Avenue.
Of course, they're suffering, and I think the polling numbers are indicating that.
In 600 feet, turn left on Lexington Avenue.
By and large, are very entrepreneurial. I think there's over 5 million Hispanic-owned businesses in the United States. It's the fastest-growing segment of small business owners in the country. It's not rocket science, right? Businesses need safe communities to thrive, that people come and visit, and they want to shop there. And if you don't have that, people are afraid to take the subway, people are afraid to walk in neighborhoods at night, they're not going to frequent these places.
Well, I mean, this year's statewide campaign, how much of an impact is that going to have on the Hispanic vote as far as switching away from Democrats?
Oh, I think it's going to have a significant effect. And I've been in, sort of roundtable discussions with community leaders in the Bronx, Hispanic communities in the Bronx, who say it. I mean, I'm not saying they're all going to necessarily switch their votes, but they're definitely feeling it, they're aware of it. But, I think we're seeing it with the polling efforts. And I think it's
turn left on Lexington Avenue.
I don't know the Democratic Party into emissions, into law enforcement, anti-capital, anti-businessmen.
Therefore, the government being in control.
Because it's not going to find a non-specification.
Rodriguez, we got about a minute left. What else would you want to tell all America or the Hispanic population?
In a quarter of a mile, turn right on East 29th Street.
Downtown and...
Pablo would say the cavalry was on the way.
Right, well, we have an election coming up, and I saw an interesting poll there that came out of Marist that showed that the only group more likely to vote Republican in the New York congressionals was parents that had children under the age of 18, and that was to the tune of 60+%. I think it's 60.
In 1,000 feet, turn right.
I think the leaders of that are obvious, right? School closures during COVID, mask mandates, etc., which also disproportionately impact Hispanics, and an increase, education disparity. So I think we're going to have a big impact, and I thought these issues were important, and I think it's time to get them right.
Well, Adam Rodriguez, thank you so much for standing up for the truth for all the people and all Americans. And God bless you, and God bless America, and the country will be very much.
Thank you very much.
Turn right on East 29th Street.
Let's take a break, and when we come back, what do we do?
Michael Goodwin.
Michael Goodwin, U.S. Post. He's very, very interesting, very great all the time. Let's take a break and we'll come back. And now, a 70-second WABC. Did you know that people...
In a quarter of a mile, use the right lane to turn right on East 23rd Street.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
More after this.
has been put on hold. Getting them thriving again safely starts with protecting them from COVID-19 and dangerous new variants. Avoid this back by speaking to your pediatrician or healthcare provider, or by visiting getvaccineanswers.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the American Academy of Pediatrics.
And now, Janine Pirro's Sound Off.
Not to the left.
In 1,000 feet, turn right on East 23rd Street.
The apartheid of South Africa, which he left when he was a small kid. They're saying that if Elon Musk can buy Twitter, it is the end of democracy. Are they stupid? Now what we've got is an individual who actually believes in free speech. The days of the left protecting their own and making sure that people on the right don't have anything to say are coming.
Keep listening for more entertaining and informative opinions from Judge Janine Pirro. Talk Radio 77 WABC. A common sense recap of the day's biggest stories. It's John Catsimatidis and Cats at Night on 77 WABC.
Welcome back to the John Catsimatidis Cats at Night show. On the line with us right now is Michael Goodwin of the New York Post Pulitzer Prize winning writer, and you got a great column out. Supreme Court leak is Democrats' dirty May surprise for 2022 midterms. I also think this was premeditated. Welcome to Cats at Night once again, Michael Goodwin.
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on Fifth Avenue.
How damaging is this to the Republicans?
Oh, I don't think so very much in the long run. It makes a great one-day story. The Democrats, I think, have a new shiny object that they can wave in front of voters' eyes and basically say, forget inflation, forget the border crisis, forget Hunter Biden, forget Ukraine, forget crime in your neighborhood. Look over here, look over here, look at this, look at this. Now you have something to get really angry about. And so I think it was a lot of fear-mongering going on there yesterday. And look, I know that the abortion is a very important issue for most Americans, and it matters. But I think that the facts also matter. And the facts are that when you read Justice Alito's draft opinion, it's pretty compelling in the arguments against the constitutionality of Roe. And as someone who's covered these issues for years, I mean, I have been hearing forever that Roe was a badly reasoned result, that there's nowhere in the Constitution, it's this whole thing of the penumbras notion that it exists somewhere, we just can't find it exactly in the text or in the amendments. And so it was clearly a stretch. It was designed for a political purpose in its time, and 50 years later, the court is being accused of playing politics again. I would argue that the court has corrected itself numerous times over the years. I mean, segregation, civil rights issues, Plessy-Ferguson, all of these things were changed when the world changed, when the times changed, when the court changed. And I think now we're looking at a different court that sees this issue more in terms of the constitutional rules that are supposed to guide the Supreme Court rather than a political case designed to settle an argument. As we know, as Alito says clearly, it did not settle anything. 50 years ago, this ruling now, if it was going to have an impact, it would have settled this argument, but it hasn't settled this argument.
Michael, as pointed out in Justice Alito's draft opinion, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who's a lioness of the liberal wing on the court, as well as Professor Alexander Bickel of Yale Law School, specifically criticized Roe versus Wade as having no constitutional basis. So it's not an unfounded criticism.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that members of the court have known that forever. we're probably the last to learn that. But the justices, all throughout the judiciary, people knew this, but they never had the votes or the nerve to overrule it and to set it straight. So I think this is a correction, not a dramatic change.
Michael, this is Pete King. I think it's a disgrace the way they're going after Justice Alito.
הכרטיס לעבד, הסופיה פתחה לי את הדלת.
בטח לא שילמת להם.
לא, תשובה.
תעשה הוראת קבע.
עשיתי הוראת קבע, אתה יודע.
תגיד לה שתביא לך כרטיס חדש.
תביאה לי כמה כרטיסים.
אולי עשתה ככה בסיסטם שתבוא לראות אותה.
תגיד, עכשיו לתקוע אותה, תקוע. אתה יודע, יש מלא מצלמות בפרוזדורים, אתה רואה במסכים.
יש מצלמות בפרוזדורים גם?
בטח, אתה תלך לכניסה, תראה במסכים את כל הפרוזדורים, תראה גם תחלק פרוזדור.
ליד המעלית, אבל לא ממש.
לא, בכל הסטורג'ים, בכל הפרוזדורים. לא מצלמות בלתי נראות, אני ערב.
טוב, אז תפסיק להביא זונות לשם. כל היום מזיין זונות בסטורג'. כל היום מזיין זונות בסטורג'. מנואל על הקו?
אני על הקו?
לא יודע, אני שואל אותך מה על הקו, תגיד לו אשריך. תודה שהוא שלח לי זהב $400 על הטיקט.
בוא נשים אותה על הקו.
Oh boy.
The implication being that most of the abortions happen within this 15-week window that the Mississippi law now allows.
רוצה לשאול אותו אם הוא עשה לה הפקדה ישירה או שהיא צריכה ללכת לדואר, לווסטרן יוניון.
אתה יודע, אתה צריך להגיד לך, תתעקש, יגיד לך את הכסף, כי אתה יודע הוא ספתוחו, עמייד.
לא, אומר, הוא שלח לה כבר.
כן?
ווסטרן יוניון, אבל לא יודע אם עכשיו יש להם אפשרות, פעם היית צריך לדואר או לסניף לאסוף, אבל אולי יש להם עכשיו אפשרות כאילו להפקיד לה ישירות לבנק, אתה מבין?
יש להם בטח עוד של העברת כספים וזה. אתה יודע בכלל למה אילן מאסק קנה את טוויטר?
כן.
תעשו מעניין אותו דעות, דברים כאלה, שאנשים יצייצו וזה, אתה יודע למה הוא קנה את זה?
להחזיר את טראמפ.
לא, זה לא זה. להעברת כספים, לעשות, אתה יודע, פיימנט כמו אפל פיי, דברים כאלה, כמו גוגל פיי.
כן.
אתה מבין, בשביל זה הוא קנה את זה.
יכול להיות, לך תדע.
זה כספים שמכניסים מיליארדים, מה אתה חושב?
לא, שמעתי, הוא קנה את זה כדי להחזיר את טראמפ.
מה?
קנה את זה בכדי להחזיר את טראמפ.
לא, זה יכניס לתוך שנה $100 מיליארד.
לא, הוא עכשיו מסתבך. אתה יודע, גם European government אומרים, אילן מאסק יבוא לארצות שלהם, יעצרו אותו, יעשו לו בעיות. סתם.
על מה יעצרו אותו?
כי אובמה ביקש מהם, אתה יודע.
אובמה ביקש מהם?
מראה לך כמה אתה יודע, השמאלנים, ה-European Union ואובמה, כולם ביחד, גועל נפש.
מה אתה חושב? זה כל פעם בשלטון הוא דרש מנטות שלו, התחילו לשלם כספים על הביטחון. אתה יודע? אמר להם, למה שאני אשלם הכל לבד? למה אמריקה תשלם?
יש הרבה
אמריקה שלם 90%.
יש הרבה לכלוך, אני נמנע מלהביט כל מיני דעות, אני רק שם תמונות וזהו.
אתה יודע
שלא יסמנו אותי בסיסטם.
כשאמריקה עזבו את אפגניסטן, הם השאירו שם ציוד $7 ביליון. השאירו סתם כי מכונות...
כל הציוד הזה, הם מכרו את זה לרוסים. הערבים לא יודעים להשתמש בדברים האלה, מכרו את הכל לרוסים.
מכרו את זה לרוסים?
כן, והרוסים משתמשים בזה באוקראינה.
איזה קטעים. לא, אבל הם עושים נגד הטליבנים.
לא יודע, לך תדע.
אתה יודע מה הטליבנים עשו גם ברוסים?
כשזה בא לעסק, לכספים, הם עושים כספים ביחד.
כשהרוסים היו בזה, היו באפגניסטן, הטליבנים עשו בהם שמות במשך 10-20 שנה.
כשזה בא לעבוד כספים, אז הם עושים עסקים ביחד.
איזה קטעים. 20 שנה שמלחמה סתם הלכו באוויר.
לא סתם, זה... כל המלחמות האלה שיש בעולם זה לייצר עבודות, לייצר מפעלים, לייצר נשק, זה הכל מתוכנן.
תאמין לי, אפשר לייצר עבודות גם בלי המלחמות האלה, מה אתה חושב?
נכון, אבל...
זה סתם עולם ישן, זה תעשייה שמקפידים לשמר אותה בעלי המפעלים של לוביסטים, אתה מבין? לוביסטים.
כן,
אבל אפשר לעשות להם עבודות שמכניסים פי מיליארד יותר בגלל כספים.
פוליטיקאים מקבלים כספים מהלוביסטים, ואני חושב שאכפת... הפוליטיקאים מקבלים כספים מהלוביסטים, אני חושב שאכפת להם, הם לא אכפת להם.
כן, אבל אפשר איך קוראים? טכנולוגיית חלל, דברים כאלה. זה עושה הרבה יותר כסף, מה אתה חושב? אתה יודע, הרבה מהטכנולוגיות שבחלל, זה הולך אחר כך לשוק האזרחי. אתה יודע?
כן.
כן, מה אתה חושב? כל מיני מצלמות שלא היו פעם, היו שנוצאים מהחוק לחלל. כמו מקרובב איך המציאו אותו. המציאו אותו לחלל, לעשות סטריליזציה לכל מיני דברים.
כן, אבל...
עכשיו הכל חייב להיות סטרילי. אז אחר כך הם גילו שאתה רוצה לחמם איתו דברים.
אתה משתמש במייקרואב? אתה משתמש במייקרואב? אני לא אוהב מייקרואב, אני כמעט לא נוגע.
לא, אני אומר איך זה התחיל המייקרואב, מהחלל.
אני אומר, תנסה לבשל בו משהו, מוציא לו את כל הטעם.
לא, גם לא לחנות, אתה מחמם בו משהו, זה הורס את כל הטעם.
פעם אני הולך לסאבווי או דונקין דונלד, אומר להם, ישבו לי חביתה, מה עושים? שמים ביצה בקערה, שם במייקרואב, לוחץ דקה, אומר, הנה, קח. הכל יצא לי כזה כמו פלסטיק כזה, ספוג, אמרת לו, לא, תאכל את זה אתה. אתה תבשל על המחבת, שמן, זה אומר, לא, ככה זה השיטה שלהם.
יאן נפוס. מה היא עושה הכל במיקרואב, אין לו סבלנות.
אין טעם. אין לזה טעם, אני אומר.
כן, אני אומר לו, מה אתה הולך על מיקרואב? הוא אומר לי, מה, אין לי זמן לשבת, לעמוד, לבשל. בתנור, אתה חושב את הזמן הבסטיות האלה? זה נביא לעלמה את כל הקשקושים שלי.
אתה בסטורג' עכשיו?
כן. ידידה שלהם יום הולדת.
היא אמרה לך למה הכרטיס לא נפתח או משהו? אולי ניסית להשתמש בכרטיס?
הוא אמר בעיה בסיסטם, אני ערב. היה לי כל מיני כרטיסים.
אמרתי לרחש, דחוף, תלך לנקות דירה C. אומרת שתלך מחר על הבוקר.
על הבוקר, על הבוקר, תלך עליה.
אז אתה רואה יותר טוב עם העיניים? שניהם, ימין בשמאל או אחד מהם?
לא, עכשיו מתחיל בעין ימין, התחלתי לראות קצת, הטשטוש הלך קצת. עדיין נראה מטושטש, אבל אני רואה הרבה תחת, אני רואה תחת מטושטש.
טשטוש.
אני אומרת לי, זה יסתדר לאט לאט. אני לבוא לראות אותה עוד 3 שבועות.
סבלנות, הכל יהיה בסדר. סבלנות.
כן, נורא. דוקטורית מאוד מתוקה, מביאה לי תרופות, אתה יודע, בגניבה. אמרתי, תחביא את הסרום שאני מביאה לך. אני אהיה בביג טראבל, יעייפו אותי מהעבודה. אני אומר לה, מה, אין לי כסף של כל פעם $25-30 על תרופה. אני חי בשלטר. אז היא עושה, הולכת לזה, מפלחת מהבית מרקחת מביאה.
כן.
זה טובות.
אכן כן.
תרצה משהו, אני אגיד לגברת של מי מראש. זה הלך אליו עד אין שום דבר, אל תראה את הכסף. די את זה. אתה לא מתבייש. אמרתי, תתחיל לנקות ולהפוך כיסאות על השולחנות. אני אומר לה, מה פתאום? את משוגעת.
על מי אתה מדבר?
פעם שבאתי לשכון לרחל, שמה במנהטן. אמרתי, טוב, תתחיל, נגמר היום, אמרתי, טוב, תתחיל לנקות ולהפוך שולחנות ולנקות. אני אומר, מה פתאום את נורמלית? אני באתי לפה רק לעזור לך, אני לא באתי... מה? מה אתה חושב שהחי כאן תת לו כל פעם ללכת להמפטון? אני אומר, אתה לא נתן שום דבר, זה ג'ורג' נותן.
כן, מבקשת ממני הרבה פעמים שאני אלך לשם, אמרת לה, אין לי זמן, מה יש לי לעשות שם? לנסוע שעתיים.
מה אתה עושה שם?
סתם, מה יש לעשות שם?
מה?
היא רואה, הנאבל לא נותנת לה ללכת לדירה שם, אז היא אומרת שהיא והבן שלה קנו מקום אחר.
אני והבן שלה קנו מקום אחר?
ככה היא אומרת.
מה אתה שתלך לשם אותך?
היא אומרת לה שהיא גרה שם עכשיו.
אמרה שאתה גור שם כל פעם תיסע, שעות. כל פעם תיסע שעתיים, ללכת שעתיים לחזור.
לא, אתה יודע, לא אכפת להם להראות. הייתי באמצע.
אבל שם מסתכלים עליה כל הזמן, תמיד הסתכלו עליה בתור המנצח.
היא לוקחת את הכביסות מהדירות, ללכת לעשות שם.
מה?
לקחת את הכביסות מהדירות, לכבס שם.
רוצה לכבס בהמפטון?
כן.
נשאר עד המפטון בשביל לכבס?
כן.
זה באמת יקר לך בסוף לך, ספית אחת שעולה לך $50 או מעט.
לא, יש לה מכונה בבית.
מה?
יש לה מכונה בבית.
איפה בבניין?
בהמפטון, בבית שהיא קנתה, יש לה מכונה.
ובמנהטן אין לה מכונה?
במנהטן גם יש לה.
אז למה לא לקחת במנהטן?
גם במנהטן היא עושה.
כמה זה אבא שילמה אתה אומר? כמה זה אבא שילמה?
$300.
היה לה כסף לשלם?
מה זה $300?
מה?
מה זה $300?
מה, בערך זה הרבה כסף, מה אתה חושב? אנשים מלאים את הכספים האלה. אבל זה הרבה כסף, אני הייתי פעם, אתה זוכר? זה קשה מאוד בשביל $300. זה לא יכול להשיג $300.
רגע, אתה... ילדה, נדבר אחר כך להתראות.
מה ילדה כבר על מה אתם עושים?
נדבר אחר כך, צריך לאסוף אותה להתראות.
على فكرة.
the chocolate egg. You get your chocolate egg and phone. Chocolate egg, baby. You want to open it? You don't. You want me to open it? Why me? Why me? Okay, here, you do the rest. Hold. Now phone, you want phone also? What do you want, Emma? Sam, you want Sam? Fireman Sam? Emma.
What's destabilizing your skin? Pollution, weather, even blue light can dry your skin. Unique Moisture Surge provides stabilizing hydration with a dual action formula that makes skin feel deeply hydrated. Whatever life throws at you, shop now.
How would you really enjoy spending your life?
Eyes in the sky while you cover the ground.
Okay, thank you everybody. Sticking around with. Thank you everybody. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love. One more minute for tomato. Exactly, 1 more minute. Show you Aya. 1 more minute, show you little Aya. Yeah, say hi. Tell her what you're eating. Chocolate egg.
In a jet-powered hot air balloon.
Joe and Hannah are heading out to sea in a jet-powered hot air balloon.
Okay. Thank you everybody. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love. See you tomorrow. Me and little Aya going home now. Home sweet home. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love.